Sorry, YouTube. Sorry, YouTube. You guys should see me now. YouTube, you guys should see me now. Good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning. Welcome in, everybody. As we get in, again, tap the screen, share the live, send your daily heart me. It's only one coin. It will boost the live and push us out to the FYP. We're going to go ahead and get started here. If you don't mind, make sure we're knocking out the daily gift goal. Share the live maybe once or twice. That'll help boost the live and push us out to the FYP. But make sure you're reposting the live. That helps more than anything. Guys, you know how we do it. Let's go ahead and get this thing started.
You stepped in a box. Now you're in the ring. Ain't no hugs here. You better take your best swing. Mike Hot, who wanna step in the flame? This ain't a debate, this a mind game. Facts type lies, get left in chain. One wrong word, get slapped out your name. This ain't TikTok T, this a war zone talk. No script, no filter, no safe walk. Bring stats and get scrambled like a glitch. I got fire in my mouth like I came from the pit. Yeah, step in if you dare. Truth hit hard like a punch in the air. Ain't no rules, no plan, no script. One wrong move, get cooked real quick. No cap, no shield. Better know your stuff or you get revealed. Step in, don't you wanna? Sparring with Santana. I don't care what you claim or your background. Facts only, if not, get clapped down. Whether you're left or right or you don't even vote. If your logic is weak, I'll sink your boat. You talk slick, but you ain't got source. Just vibes, that ain't power, that's force. I'm the test, the trap, the trip, the call. You slip once, I'm snatching it all. Yeah. Step in if you dare. Hit hard like a punch in the air. Ain't no rules, no plan, no script. Yeah. One wrong move, get cooked real quick. No cap, no shield. No. Better know your stuff or you get revealed. Step in, don't you wanna? Sparring with Santana. Step in if you dare. Hit hard like a punch in the air. Ain't no rules, no plan, no script. One wrong move, get cooked real quick. No cap, no shield. Better know your stuff or you get revealed. Step in, don't you wanna? Sparring with Santana. Yeah, this ain't a safe place.
It is not.
This is flame space.
It absolutely is.
Sparring with Santana.
Guys, welcome in, welcome in. This is Sparring with Santana, one-on-one debates with Trump supporters or anyone that disagrees with anything on the background. I am Santana, and guys, only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. If you are friendly, tap the screen, share the live, send your daily heart me. It's only one coin. It will boost the live and push us out to the FYP. If you're over on the YouTube, make sure you hit that thumbs up button. Hit that thumbs up button. It'll help push the VOD out to more people so we can get in here and we can have these conversations. And guys, oh my goodness. We have to have a conversation, right? I think this is super important. So I ended up having a conversation with a Trump supporter. I think it wasn't yesterday, it was the day before, right? It was a Trump supporter who was, in my opinion, he was one of the most honest Trump supporters that I've ever had a conversation with. And he was someone that people didn't necessarily like to hear from, and which I understand why you guys didn't like to hear him. But he was someone that I thought was pretty honest. It was really interesting. He was super honest, and we talked about the $1.776 billion slush fund that that Donald Trump has set up. And we talked about the actual trading that Donald Trump is engaged in and all this other stuff. And he told me that he didn't care. He was like super honest. He was like, yeah, honestly, I don't really care about it. Now, we talked about like what his red line would be and all this other stuff. But he was very, very honest about the fact that like, that stuff doesn't move me. And I thought to myself, I think there needs to be more honesty. And I think that if we can have these honest conversations, then maybe we can actually move some stuff forward, right? I think if there is a real a real opportunity to have these honest conversations, then we can move some things forward. And so the thing that popped in my head is like, hey, America, let's be honest, right? Let's just be honest. Let's just be honest about the things. Like, life would be so much more easy, so much more simple if we could just be honest about the things. And so Republicans, just be honest. Stupidity is home. Donald Trump has made it acceptable to be anti-intellectual. Donald Trump has made it acceptable to not have to prove things. Donald Trump has made it acceptable for you guys to just enjoy your feelings, not actually prove the things, but just say what you think. And you get mad when people say, hey, what's your source? Hey, where are you getting that from? Republicans, you get upset when people say we want empirical data, and you say, why do you guys always want data? See, that's the problem. We're living in the real world and you're talking about numbers. He's made it acceptable to be stupid, and I can prove it. Moderate Democrats, middle ground is bullshit. There's no such thing as middle ground with fascists. There's no middle ground with fascism. If there's any Democrat that thinks that we can somehow work with the right, that we need to come together with the right, that these people in power don't need absolute checks and balances put on them, you're delusional. There's been a couple of conversations that have been happening, especially yesterday, where apparently some moderate Democrats said that, hey, imperialism by right-wing Republicans is bad, but imperialism by Democrats, it's not so bad. What the fuck? What are we talking about? What are we doing? Like, to be clear, to be very clear, I'm not a Democrat. I don't vote for the Democrats because I think the Democrats are the good guys. I don't vote for the Democrats because I think they're the ones that are, quote unquote, on the right side of justice. I vote for the Democrats because they're the closest one that aligns with what I want. And I want freedom and liberation for Black people and for everyone. I want people to have the opportunity to live a better life. And those are the things that I want. Is the Democratic Party the ones that's going to give it to us? No, but I think they are closer to what we want versus anything. And so while I participate in electoral politics, that's the only logical conclusion. But it's never because I've been disillusioned into thinking that, oh, the Democrats are the good guys. The Democrats are not the good guys. It's not. They're not. And if you think that we need to be the quote unquote good guys and somehow work with the right, you're the problem. White men, you're cowards, not victims. Let me be clear about this, because I know a lot of people are going to say, oh, look, there's Santana generalizing everyone again. There he is, just calling listen. If you're a white man in America and you think for some reason that you are being targeted, that white men are being silenced, that white men are being looked past, if you are a white man that thinks that, oh, everyone else is getting something and they don't care about me, they don't care about white men, we're under attack, we're being replaced. If those are your beliefs, you're wrong. You're not a victim, you're just a coward. You're not a victim, you're just a coward. And I know you're a coward because you do things like go on TikTok lives and crash the fuck out. I mean, crash the fuck out. I was on a live yesterday with Dean, and I was sitting there minding my black ass business. And while minding my black ass business, I heard the guy that was trying to debate Dean say something, and I corrected him called him out on it. And you know what he did? Crashed the fuck out, called me the hard ER, and then got kicked. He told Dean, he said, why do you have this N-word up here? Why is he speaking? Caden, you said he sounds base. Listen, Caden, I'm going to go ahead and mute you, you fucking coward. You've been in my live. You're in my live every single day. I muted you, Caden. Caden 2960, get up here, you fucking coward. I can't request you because you got your request off, but you're literally the weak white men that I'm talking about. You guys are such fucking cowards. Caden 2960 has zero, I'm sorry, Caden 2960, no profile picture, just a blank profile, black profile picture, and not their real name, no bio. The account is private. You're a fucking coward. You're literally the person that I'm talking about. You hide behind anonymity of the internet while still being scared. Get up here, you coward. That's what I thought. So if you fall in that category and you think that somehow you're being replaced, that you're being targeted, that you have something being taken away from you, yeah, get up here. White women, listen, white women, I know the conversation has been hard. I gave you guys a little bit of a reprieve with this last topic, but we have to revisit this. I'm seeing white women prioritize comfort. Can we talk about it? Can we talk about it? There are a lot of white women that want to stand on the right side of history, and I appreciate the hell out of you for that. Like, literally, I appreciate the hell out of you for wanting to stand on the right side of history. But you don't want to do the work. You don't want to educate yourself on the issues. You don't want to call out the issues amongst your family. You don't want to give up your proximity to whiteness or your proximity to power. And since you don't want to give up your proximity to power, your proximity to whiteness, your place on the patriarchal system, you are allowing other marginalized communities to be overwhelmingly harmed because it's uncomfortable for you to actually fight it. We got to talk about it. White women, you prioritize your comfort. Last but not least, FBA, Foundational Black Americans, BLAGA, Black MAGA. You're the weakest link. The ancestors would be disgusted to see you today. I mean that. I mean that. There's not a lot of people that get under my skin. There's truly not a lot of people that get under my skin, but BLAGA, FBA, they make my ass itch. Like, to watch them shuck and jive, tap dance, and pretend as if they do just enough, if they say the right things, if they smile hard enough, they'll have the proximity to power that allows them to access whiteness. Hear me when I say this, FBA, BLAGA, you're still black and you can never sit at their table. You would rather sell out people that look like you because you think that you are going to get something individually than to fight for the betterment of your people. And that's why you vilify people that aren't quote unquote Black American. That's why you target Black immigrants from other countries. That's why you call people tethers. That's why you would much rather run around and blame the quote unquote Democrats while voting for the Republicans while getting nothing. If you're FBA, if you're BLAGA, you are literally the weakest link. You are the people that Harriet Tubman carried the pistol for. Now, I know this is going to be a very, very uncomfortable topic for a lot of people, but we just got to be honest. We got to be honest. It's time for us to be honest. And so I want to have an honest conversation. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. I'm only looking for some debates. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. I'm only looking for some debates. If you're over on YouTube, Twitch, Instagram, Kick, and you would like to actually request up, guess what? You do not have to leave your safe space. The only thing that you have to do is click that link and you can get up here. This guy over on YouTube, Jared Wellman, 8899, said, "You're a racist moron." Come up here and prove it, Jared. Come up here and prove it. Hey, FYI, for anybody that is watching in any of the comment sections, we don't do thumb thugs. We don't do keyboard warriors. Give me a second, guys. Sorry about that. I had to, blow my nose. Still getting back 100%. Apologize. We don't do thumb thugs. We don't do keyboard warriors. You will not get to yip yap in our comment section. You will not. My mods will mute you. We will send you an invite, tell you to get up here. But if you think that you're going to cry in our comment section, you won't. If you think you're going to cry in our comment section, you can't. So get in the request or hate from outside of the club. One last call out. If you're in here, especially on TikTok, and you're on your spam account, if you're on your troll account, meaning if you show up and you got 4, 5, 10 followers, you're following 5, 6, 7 people, I'm just going to block you and you need to go get your main account. If I check the request, because I'm looking at all the actual requests before I bring people up. Thank you for the money gun. I'm looking at all the requests before I bring people in. If you are in the request and you're on your burner account, guess what? I'm just going to block you and tell you to go get your main account, because you're not going to come in here and be a fucking coward and hide, especially if you're going to say some fucked up shit. Listen, I don't care about the fucked up shit that you plan on saying. You can say whatever the fuck you want to say, as long as you're willing to say it with your chest. And when I say it with your chest, I mean, you're going to, at a certain point, if you start to be so inflammatory, I will make you turn on your camera. So for all the Billy badasses that may be in the request right now, understand, if you're here on your burner, you're not even going to get through the front door. If you make it in here and you want to talk really fucking crazy, I'm with it. Let's go, but turn on your fucking camera. Just wanted to make sure I set the ground rules before we went too far, because I know for a fact, I've been watching the comments. There's already a lot of people in their feelings. They're in their emotions. I'm going to bring some people in. We're going to get these debates started, but I just want to make sure you guys understand the rules of engagement. With that being said, only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. If you are friendly, tap the screen, share the live, send your daily heart me. It's only $1. It will boost the live and push us out to the FYP. You know, it's funny. There was a couple of people that were like just really raging in the comment section, and now gone. After I told them about like not coming in here on their spam accounts, gone. Hi, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background?
No, I just wanted to see, like, what do you mean by white men cowards, not victims? Like, that's all I wanted to,
It speaks to white men. For some reason, they think that other people in our country, in our society, are being catered to. They think that they're being replaced. They think that for some reason things are disenfranchising them while benefiting other people, and they feel like they need to actually have some type of way to fight back, whether it's against undocumented immigrants, whether it's against stuff like quote unquote DEI, just all these things, because they feel like that everyone is out to be benefited and not them. And so my point is, you're not a victim, you're just a coward.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna lie, I've been watching your lives for like maybe like 3 weeks now, and you have been speaking nothing but facts, man. Like genuinely, like you, Dean, and Parker, like all of y'all are very smart. Y'all are very smart human beings. I will not lie.
Okay. Well, listen, it doesn't sound like, you're here for a debate. And not only that, it sounds like you understand if it don't apply, let it fly. So I appreciate you, and I'm going to go ahead and drop you down.
All right. Thank you. It was awesome being able to talk to you for a little bit.
Absolutely. Have a good one.
You too.
Guys, only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. If you are friendly, tap the screen, share the live, send your daily heart me. Keep knocking out the daily gift goal. It's the little 1-cent gift goals. It will help boost the live and push us out to the FYP. Right now, it's the music notes, the TikTok notes. So if we can knock those out, it will help boost the live and push us out to the FYP. I was just about to say, I don't know if this person is going to load. Holy smokes, guys. When I tell you the box, I had about 9 people in the request before I made the comment about not coming up here on your burner account. I had 9 people in the request before I made the comment about not coming up here on your burner account. And as soon as I said, you will not be able to get up here, and not only will you not be able to get up here, you will be blocked. Scram! Scram, I say. They couldn't run fast enough, chat. As soon as they found out they would actually have to stand on business, they fucking ran. What are we doing? What are we doing? I think that speaks to the bigger point. I think that speaks honestly to where we are and the fact that they're unwilling to actually have these honest conversations. And I get it. Let's be clear. In order for people to have these conversations, they have to be willing to hold a mirror up, and they won't do that. It's much easier to blame other people, other things, than to look inward. And I'm not saying that because I'm someone who is just holier than thou. I'm saying that because I have to do it all the time, and it is hard as fuck. The person Sway, it's Apple user 722333955. Get in the box. I'm going to mute you. Again, we don't do thumb thugs in our comment section. We don't do keyboard warriors in our comment section. You don't get to yip yap in our comment section. The comment section, that's for my friends. That's for my friends. It's for the funny, cool, smart, good-looking, good-smelling people that brush their teeth on a daily basis. They wash their legs when they take a shower. They know how to properly wipe while using the bathroom. That's not for you. You don't belong here. You belong up here on the panel. Get in the box. Get in the box. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Again, if you are friendly, keep doing all the wonderful things to protect the life. The one thing that I've noticed is that apparently this morning they're in their fifis, guys. And I know for a fact this topic is going to absolutely ensure that they continue to be in their fifis. I mean this when I say this, and you guys know it. This is a crash out topic for them. And since this is a crash out topic for them, they will do the weird shit. So make sure you do everything to protect the live. Hi, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background?
Yes, I actually am a Trump supporter. I want.
Only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. Hi, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background?
Yeah.
Yes, you are a Trump supporter. Yes, you disagree, or a combination?
I'm Trump supporter.
Okay. Are you from the U.S.? I'm not sure, like in Iran. Again, they're so weird. They're so weird. They're so weird. I don't understand what they get from that. Like, what do you actually think that you get from that? For the person, I'm not going to say your first name, but Jesus31, you can go ahead and get out of the request. Like, I don't find that funny. Like, I don't think like the troll thing is funny. I have no interest in that. Please go ahead and drop out the request. Like, I legitimately have no interest in that. Clover33, I still see you here. And one, like, that was weak and weird, but also two, I'm going to block you, not because you did the weird shit, but you did the weird shit and ran. Like, it wasn't even about you just doing the weird shit. It was about you doing the weird shit and running like a coward. That's why I'm going to block you. So there's that. Thank you, the jellyfish. Hi, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background?
Independence.
I want to start. I didn't hear anything that you said. I would like to actually get past my first questions and then we can talk. I'm going to send your request to unmute. Are you a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background?
No, but I did want to ask, what are your opinions on Scottish independence, if you do have any?
Well, I mean, I don't necessarily know much about it, but I do think that every country should have the right to freedom and self-determination. I don't think that any country should be occupied or managed by any other country. So, like, I don't know a lot about it. I guess I need to educate myself on it. Do you want to give me a quick rundown as far as what's happening?
Well, really, I don't want to take up too much of your time here because I know you're here.
No, you're fine. Just really quick, just tell me what's happening, because I didn't know there was any type of, is there like a oppressive system in place? Are you guys being occupied? What's happening?
Well, there was a vote in 2014 for independence, which we voted no to, which is on the pretense that if we left the UK, we would leave the European Union. That's what we were told. But since we left, since we voted no there, we still left the EU, even though Scotland voted unanimously to remain. And I feel as if our voices aren't heard and are overpowered by English voices, and we should have the power to make our own decisions.
I agree. What are the people in your country saying? Like, how are you guys making your voices heard? Like, what's happening?
Well, really, there's not much we can do without Westminster's permission. We need their permission for a referendum, which we won't get. Mm-hmm. Even though we've voted in pro-independence parties every election. The most recent election actually has the highest pro-independence majority in history. And the new First Minister and Keir Starmer are actually meeting on an independence referendum, but I don't think anything will come of it, unfortunately.
That's interesting. Well, look, I'm gonna go ahead and drop you down, but if you don't mind, shoot me if you check the link in my bio, there's I have my email there. Can you send me an email? I would love to know more about that, and maybe you and I can talk a little bit more. I don't know what I could do, but like at the very least, maybe we can chat about how you can have your voice amplified and your message amplified.
Yeah, of course. Thank you for your time, man.
Yeah, absolutely. Have a good one. Oh, I'm congested. Yeah, I'm sorry, guys. Give me 2 seconds. I gotta blow my nose again. Okay, guys. Sorry. Stop it, Solid. I didn't do the saline this morning because I thought I was okay, and I should have definitely did the saline. Only request up if you are a Trump supporter. Hi, Raven. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. If you're a friendly, tap the screen, share the live, send your daily heart. Me, it's only one coin. It will boost the live and push us out to the FYP. DD Pride Brick. What do you want me to call you?
Just DD.
Okay, DD. Question for you. Are you planning on calling me a nigger?
Bro, I'm black myself, bro.
I don't believe that, but the question is, are you planning on calling me a nigger?
No.
Okay. The only reason I have that question is because I was going to say, like, one, you're hiding behind a fake profile, and like I brought you up knowing that, but two, like I think that people need to update their racism. I'm not going to subscribe that to you. I'm just going to say that, like, if you were going to do that and just run, like, it's boring and like there's no point in that. Three, are you a U.S. citizen? If not, I mean, it's fine. I just need to, like, just be honest. Are you a U.S. citizen?
Yeah.
You are?
Yeah.
Okay. What state do you live in?
California.
What time is it right now?
8:18.
8:18. Perfect. So you live in LA?
Yeah.
Okay. Where's crypto?
What do you mean by crypto?
Where's crypto?
Is that a place or?
Okay. So listen, Didi, I'm gonna go ahead and drop you, not because you're not American, but it's because you lied. Like, seriously, I was gonna keep you up here as long as you told the truth, but like, you lying to me, I don't understand what that was for. You don't have to lie to kick it. Like, I was literally gonna talk to you, but
nigger.
I know it's nigger. Like, it's, you guys are so fucking weak and predictable. Like, I literally called that from the beginning. I literally said, do you plan on doing it? Because it's fucking weak. You guys suck. You literally suck. You're such a weak coward, and you don't even go here. Fuck are we doing? Again, only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. If you're friendly, tap the screen, share the live, send your daily heart. Me, it's only one coin. It will boost the live and push us out to the FYP. Yeah, Solid, for sure. Like, The thing that I'm really trying to get to, and I know for a fact that this topic is going to cause a lot of angst. Like, I get it. It's going to make a lot of people uncomfortable. And since it's going to make a lot of people uncomfortable, I expect the ignorance. Hi, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background?
No, I'm not a Trump supporter. Fuck that guy. But I heard you on Dean's Live yesterday, and you were talking about the difference between feminism and womanism. Can you give me your brief description of the two?
Do you disagree with anything on the background?
No. Men are weak. I'm sorry.
Where does it say men are weak? Where did she go? Come back. Why did you drop? I don't think the mods dropped her. I didn't see someone drop her. I wasn't looking in the right spot, but like, come back. I want to finish the conversation. What happened? Kay, was that you? I didn't see it, but I wasn't looking. Kay, did you drop her? What up, Hector? Thank you for that. I scared her. I don't think what did I do to scare her? Yeah, that's the question, Kay, because the only person that would have like the green light to do it would be you. So I'm not blaming Kay. I'm just checking with Kay. Stop it. She's the only person well, her and management, they're the only two people that have the green light to just, drop people. So I didn't know. You're free, Kay. Stop it. You gotta stop it. Ain't nobody doing nothing to Kay. Cut it out. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. If you'd like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo. Pay links in the link tree in the bio. Santana Speaks For You. Santana Speaks For You is the best way to support the live. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat and I will read that out. Need justice for Kay. Nobody do nothing to Kay. Stop it. Stop it. I would have loved to have been able to finish that conversation. Because one, like nowhere on the background does it say men are weak. Like I don't know what that topic's about, but sure. But even more than that, I would love to talk about the difference between feminism and womanism. I also think that, again, oh, there she is. Hi.
Hello, I am so sorry. My phone died.
Oh, I thought someone had dropped you.
No, my phone died. I'm so sorry.
The chat was blaming Kay, and I was like, Kay would never. And the chat was like, yeah, it was probably Kay. And I was like, no, chat, stop it. Anyway, on the background, it doesn't say anything about men are weak.
Well, the cowards part, that most men are cowards, I believe that. Not weak. I misspoke. I'm so sorry.
What is it? What is that? What does it say? Can you read that for me?
White men, cowards, not victims.
Okay. I just want to make sure. Because it didn't say like men are cowards or most men. This says white men, but okay.
Yeah.
You want to know the difference between womanism and feminism?
Yes. Could you just give me a brief description of the two? Your description.
Oh, wait. Do you know what the difference is? And then you're like, you want to challenge me on it? Or are you up here to try to understand?
I'm just a little like underinformed. And you were talking about it yesterday. And I figured you would have like the best description of the two.
Oh, I don't think I would have the best description, but I can definitely describe it. But question for you. Athena, stop giving away the stuff in the chat. Do you think white women prioritize their comfort?
Oh, yes, absolutely.
Okay, cool. I'm gonna hit this quick intro, and then you and I can talk. Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the main event. Let's get ready to rumble!
Y'all ready for this?
Guys, welcome in. This is Sparring with Santana, one-on-one debates with Trump supporters or anyone that disagrees with anything on the background. I am Santana, guys. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. If you're friendly, tap the screen, share the live, send your daily heart. Me, it's only one coin. It will boost the live and push us out to the FYP. If you are over on the YouTubes, hit that thumbs up button. If you look right below my name, you should see the spot where you can actually click it and then hit the thumbs up button. It'll help push the VOD out to more people. Now, what can I call you? Corpse?
Just corpse. Just corpse.
Corpse. Okay, corpse. Okay. So you want to know what's the difference between womanism and feminism? Accurate?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And you also agree with the point that white women prioritize their comfort, right?
Yes.
Okay. And just to set the stage, you heard me mention this on another stream, and you came up because you wanted to know what my definition is, and you thought I would be the best person to actually speak to it.
Yes.
Okay. When you heard me talk about this, did you go back and research and look it up?
No, I honestly didn't, because I just wanted to hear your thoughts on it.
Okay. What do you know about it? Can you, before I tell you my the information I have, can you tell me what you know about it?
That's the thing. I don't really know the difference. I know feminism is women wanting to be equal rights for everything, but womanism, I'm not so, caught up on. I've never really heard of it until you spoke about it.
Okay, that's fair. Last but not least, where do you get your information from? How do you consume information?
Well, I watch Dean and Parker's lives, and then what they say, I go research it. I look it up. Google is free.
Google is free. I like Google. You said you watch Dean and Parker's live. Where else do you spend your time?
Other than work, just watching debates. I'm so sorry.
No. I mean, platform wise, right? Who else would you say that you watch whenever you have time?
YouTube, and that's mostly people who play video games. I don't watch really any debates or just streamers. Okay.
So you watch Dean, you watch Parker, you're now starting to watch me. And what if you wanted to, I mean, I know you said that Google is free. Do you do any type of reading or anything?
Yes. It's just when I'm a visual learner or an audio learner. So
I get that. I am too.
It's just much better for me to hear it from somebody and then go research it and be like, oh, okay. So that's why I was asking if you could just give me the difference between the two so I can go research it on my own.
Okay. So I'm going to start here. It's kind of a two-pronged thing, right? And when I say white women prioritize their comfort, I think what we're experiencing right now in this moment is kind of proof of that. Not blaming you, but I will say that a lot of people do things unintentionally and not understand what they're actually doing in the moment. And one big thing is that a right to comfort is the feeling that people should educate us prior to us doing the work, right? And I understand your whole point, right, as far as being a visual learner and things like that. And plus, you heard someone talk about something and you thought it was an opportunity to actually like get that information. And so you jumped on the opportunity. I hear you, but also like, I think there's something to be said about, you know, when boundaries are set and then like not following those boundaries. But then I think there's also something to be said about like not knowing. Would you consider yourself to be a feminist?
I believe that women should, you know, be equally, but I'm not like a crazy feminist, like what most people would think. When you hear the word feminist, most people would automatically think like the crazy people.
What do you mean? Because
there's a quote unquote stereotype of feminism.
What do you mean?
I'm from the South. So
I am too. I'm from South Carolina. Where are you from?
Texas.
Hey, okay. So you guys have some of the best barbecue, not some of the best barbecue in the country.
We have some pretty good barbecue, but I wouldn't say the best. But
no, listen, I've been all around. I'm not going to make the meat in my mouth joke again because, you know, it's old, but like Texas has a really good barbecue.
Oh yeah. But when a lot of people down here talk about feminism, they go on like they automatically think like the stereotype crazy people feminism.
Mm-hmm. Why do you think that is?
Like the TV feminism, like the TV show feminism.
Why do you think that is? Why do you think that there's this the depiction of feminism where like there's quote unquote crazy people, and I'm assuming that maybe it's like blue hair, liberal, hippie women, screaming in people's face and like not shaving their arms and stuff like that. You said you don't understand it?
Yeah, I don't understand why people automatically, because I'm a person who has colored hair, but I don't act that way.
Mm. Well, the reason why the stereotypes exist is just the reason why that most stereotypes exist is to like disenfranchise people that are actively trying to empower and like better marginalized groups or communities, right? Saying that, you know, a woman that believes in feminism has these crazier extremes that's just trying to invalidate the fight that women are facing, women and femme presenting people, they're facing every single day to try to get equity within our society and dismantle all the systems that continue to disenfranchise them. And so by invalidating them and saying that, oh, they're crazy, or, you know, they're blue haired liberals or whatever, it takes away from the validity of their message, and it takes away from what they're actually fighting for. It gives people a little bit of an out to say, well, they're only this loud because they're crazy. They're only saying those things because they're crazy. It's just a way to invalidate people, just like, you know, with Black people, when Black people may get loud about a subject or may, you know, really get heated or whatever, and then they start saying, oh, there's angry black people. And a lot of times, like, it's the passion pouring through for the things that we believe in, the things that we care about. And instead of actually hearing the passion and engaging in what we're fighting for, they would rather invalidate the lived experience of Black people and say, oh, you're victims. Oh, you're just angry. And so those stereotypes exist because white supremacy looks to actually invalidate anyone who is not just trying to upwardly uphold white supremacy or the idea of whiteness. So that's where that comes from. But question for you.
Yes.
So you said that you're not one of those crazy feminists. Why did you say that?
I'm not really putting anybody in like a box to say that they are a crazy feminist. That's not what I'm saying.
No, I'm saying you said that you're not, but why did you have to make that proclamation?
I honestly don't know. Thank you for pointing that out. I don't know.
Yeah.
Because I guess I don't want to be seen as that kind of person because I don't know.
Would it make you uncomfortable if you told someone that you're a feminist and then they immediately thought that way of you?
Yes, it would hurt me a little bit because like I don't know.
Yeah. So you othering yourself in that situation is, would it be fair to say that's you ensuring that you are comfortable while somehow advocating for what you say you believe in, but making sure that you don't feel like you are going to be attacked for what you believe in?
Can I curse?
Yeah, fuck it.
Damn, that's good. Holy shit.
Yeah.
That's a good one. Holy shit.
I do want to get to your question because I think your question is important. Mm-hmm. What's the difference between womanism and feminism? Well, feminism, like the idea of feminism isn't like a new thing, right? It's literally something that has been persistent since, like, what is it? The fucking, what era is it where, like, they used to wear the corsets and have the big poofy wigs and all that other shit. I'm spacing on the time frame, but like Victorian, there we go. Victorian era. They've been talking about like feminism, right? But feminism was something that was actually somewhat standardized and actually pushed for in the, I think it's like the 1960s or whatever. But with all that being said, feminism was originally supposed to be a movement that was about women empowerment, right? Women getting that equity and equality and the standing within our society that men have, right? Now, the funny thing about feminism is that it ended up being colonized. You know what that means?
Can you go ahead and describe it for me, please?
Yeah, they colonized it. White women specifically stepped to the forefront and prioritize them and their rights and their freedom and the things that they wanted. And at the same time, disenfranchise anyone that was not a white woman, right? They'd actually disenfranchise anyone that was not like the antithesis of like what it means to be within whiteness, and whether it's a class thing, whether it's something that was just like, oh, we are white women. And so they disenfranchise anyone that was not a white woman, including Black women, including femme presenting people, right? Mm-hmm. And so since there was a point where like they were disenfranchised, right? Mm-hmm. There was a need for Black women and femme presenting people to fight for their equality, to fight for their equity, to get their rights. And since white women prioritized themselves and centered themselves in the movement, it necessitated the birth of womanism, which included women and femme presenting people, not just white women. Right?
Oh. Okay.
And so like there was an actual a need for true representation where it wasn't just centered around white women. Mm-hmm. And that's a right to comfort as well, right? Like, yes, the actual premise that for some reason we need our rights, and as long as we get our rights, then other people not having their rights, like we can figure it out later, but let us take care of us first. And that's what birthed it. 1 second. So that goes back to the overall point of like comfort. It's been something that's existed throughout the history of like the creation of race and the perpetuation of whiteness, where white women have a proximity to like the top of the patriarchal system, and they benefit from whiteness. And so they find comfort in either turning a blind eye to the things that they know to be true, feigning ignorance when like it's right in their face, or just having the ability to say, I didn't know that, and then having like some type of coverage. So like, again, the reason why I started off was like, hey, are you a feminist? Well, anyone who calls themselves a feminist, but they don't understand the difference between feminism and womanism, then you're just prioritizing your comfort. Because to know the difference between feminism and womanism is to understand that until all women have the same equality and equity within our society, then no women do. And if you don't, then like you're part of the problem.
Thank you for educating me. I really appreciate it. Thank you for having me out.
Yeah, no worries. Now, give me 2 seconds, though, because I have a friend who wanted to add something to this, and I think it's super important for her to be able to speak as well. And you might, have a couple of questions or whatever the case may be. Hey, Athena.
Hi, Santana.
How are you?
You're doing good. I'm doing
okay.
good. Hope you feel better. Yeah. So the one distinction that I would make is I would say Western feminism and not feminism, period. Because prior to Western feminism even emerging, African, Indigenous, Asian women have been fighting for women's rights, whether it is in the pre-colonial time or also just prior to feminism being a thing, right? For example, when we look at Queen Nzinga in the 15 or 1600s, she was actively negotiating directly with and also challenging a deeply patriarchal environment that existed within her environment, within which is what's present day Angola currently. And she used to rule militarily and politically and all those different things. So like there are multiple examples of Black, Indigenous, Asian women who have been fighting for women's rights, or specifically who were challenging the gender norms that existed within the societies that they lived in way before feminism emerged in the West. So I just wanted to clarify to Corpse, like, it's very important to me, in my opinion, to add Western feminism to it, because in just saying feminism, we're centering again white women by pretending as if the movement that emerged from their protests is the universal understanding of feminism, when that's not the case. And to Corpse, I think like when it comes to womanism, the person who did coin, oh my goodness, thank you so much.
That's solid sucking up.
Yeah, W Solid. I don't know if you knew this, but Solid did try to mansplain womanist spirituality to me the other day. So that was diabolical in my opinion. But anyways, but when we talk about womanism, the woman who coined womanism was Alice Walker. And
Yep.
especially if you read her book, Search of Our Mother's Gardens, she
What was it called again?
Search of Our Mother's Gardens. Or just anything by Alice Walker, actually.
Mm-hmm.
Like if you look at what Alice Walker says, one of her most famous lines is to say, like, womanist is to feminist as purple is to lavender, right? Which means basically womanism includes feminism, but it is a broader, more deeper, and more rooted in Black lived experience than Western feminism especially is. And so Alice Walker, bell hooks, Audre Lorde. These are some really great names, because Alice Walker is the one who coined feminism, womanism, by the way. It was popularized by her. And so I would say that especially these three names, especially books by Bell Hooks, who's my absolute favorite, would help you understand womanism, because usually when it comes to Black women, the intersection of race, gender, class are usually ignored and neglected, because Black feminism looks way different than white feminism, looks way different than Indigenous feminism. And that's why it's important to understand that feminism itself can never be universal. There are different factions, different types of feminism, and even the solution towards Black women's issues is going to look very different than towards Indigenous women's issues, right? So even, for example, when people talk about, oh, feminists fought to go to work and they used to stay at home. No, white women did. Because even during the Jim Crow era, Black women have always been working. About 75% of Black women were working. So Black women were not fighting to go to work. White women were. But to make it seem as if this is just universal to feminism, again, recenters whiteness, making it seem as if that's the default when it isn't. Does that make sense, Corpse?
That makes complete sense. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and that's what I was going to say. Just distinction of Western feminism is just very important. But thank you, Santana. You did well.
Absolutely. Thank you, Colby. Anything else you want to add?
No, that's it. Thank you very much for having me.
All right. I appreciate you, friend. All right, Corpse. So just to kind of put a bow on this, I think that it's important to understand a couple of things, right? While I appreciate your curiosity, I think that this could have actually went kind of a different direction, right?
Yes.
More so in the sense of like trying to educate yourself before like coming to someone to educate you. And even more so, like understanding that, like, I think you need to expand your horizon, right? I love Parker and Dean to death. Those are my little brothers. And I think that like when talking about politics, it's awesome, right? They're awesome. But I think if we only focus on politics, then we're not only missing so much with just being locked into those two people, but we miss so much because of intersectionality, right? Whether we talk about Black people, whether we talk about the queer community, whether we talk about people with disabilities, and then expanding beyond just like saying, oh, you know, politics, right? Because there's a bunch of amazing creators that don't even talk about politics. Like, again, Kobe was just up here, Athena, and while she has the chops to talk politics, I mean, she has a outlook of the globe, like the entire world, specifically the global South, that I know that myself, Parker, nor Dean have, right? She has a complete understanding of so many different things that are happening around the world, and not only like current day knowledge, but history and an understanding of the complexity of geopolitics and things like that, that like none of us have. But then you have amazing people like Ari, right? Ari, who is actively talking about like the necessity to abolish gender, right? And what's needed to like liberate women, and specifically white women, right? Which white women need liberation. And she tackles those types of things and those issues, right? You have people like Lainey, Defense Trans, who is someone who speaks about like the issues that are facing transgender people, right? Transgender people are under attack in our country, and they are already marginalized, but they're vilified because they're easy targets. Like those are the people that are out here, like Lainey is out here fighting for trans people at the same time. You have like people like, let's say, Facts Still Matter, who is a white man, a white cis het white man who is out here talking to everybody, specifically white men, and holding white men accountable for the way that they are continuing to marginalize other communities. So like there's so many different people. Yep, Sean, watch my legs. God damn it. Commissar Sean, who is, like, in my opinion, the smartest person on earth, but who looks at not only like just the understanding of what's happening, but talks about the necessity for revolution for all people, right? Talks about the way that capitalism continues to choke out the proletariat and harm everyone. And who talks about the necessity to move our country further left in order to get freedom for everyone. So the point that I'm saying is, like, while one, I appreciate you watching me. Two, I appreciate you coming to me and even thinking of me to answer this question. Three, I think that I would be remiss to sit here and pretend as if I am the arbiter of being able to clearly articulate the answer to what you're looking for, because there's so many more people out there that don't get the type of platform that I get. They don't get the opportunity to speak in front of thousands of people every day, but they have so much more knowledge, information, resources, and they've done the work. So make sure you're looking to branch out to all these other people and, like, get outside of the bubble if you really want to expand yourself, and not just TikTok, but, you know, reading. I'll say this morning, I actually downloaded Audible because, like, I want to read more, but I know I don't have the time to read, but I have the time to listen a lot. And so I've made the decision that I'm going to just start listening more to audiobooks when I don't have time to read. So, like, look to expand yourself in that way as well.
All righty. Well, thank you.
All right. Thank you. That was a good way to start the live. I think so. Only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. We're going to get some more people in here. I just want to run through some of these because we're way behind. W's in the chat for Lady Balls, who use their 2-month YouTube membership subscription, say Trump looks like the undead former Prince Prime Minister Boris Johnson with the hair in your front profile picture. Yeah, that picture's funny as shit. I love the thumbnail over on YouTube. W's in the chat for Lord Tommy. I can't see the rest of it, but I'm just going to call you Lord, who sent a $10 super chat to say, question, does Dean know about Restream rather than just getting the same people through TikTok? Thank you for the support. I'm not sure. Like, I know that everyone has their own ways as far as expanding who they talk to. So yeah, I mean, I haven't had that conversation, but I appreciate you. W's in the chat for Marsha for the $5 super chat to say, hi, Santana. Just a little something to say. I truly enjoy your channel and I just joined. And W's in the chat for you, Marsha. Welcome. I appreciate the hell out of you. Thank you. W's in the chat for Feisty, who sent 5 YouTube membership subscriptions. Let's fucking go, Feisty. And W's in the chat for Am I Sawsoon? I'm just going to call you Am I. W's in the chat for Am I for the $2 super chat to say, thank you for being patient and taking your time to educate us. Listen, it's our responsibility to uplift and try to educate each other as much as possible. W's in the chat. W's in the chat for Michelle for the $4 donation saying, I'm a deconstructing white woman who is educating herself. I don't know what actions I can take to fight white supremacy. I seek out and shop black women, I shop black-owned women and queer-owned businesses. I protest and vote, but I'm looking for other ways to support equity. Suggestions. Find other creators here and amplify them. Like I was just saying, there's so many other creators here that are a part of, like, the marginalized communities that don't get the platform, time, or space that they deserve. And we need to amplify those voices. That's why I love having those people a part of my communities, and I give them a chance to speak whenever I can. W's in the chat for Brookie for the $1 donation saying, hope you feel better soon. I feel way better than I did before. So that's something. W's in the chat for Priscilla for the $5 donation said, Priscilla, do me a favor, shoot a message to Kay or email, and let's see if we can set something up. But W's in the chat. Thank you so much for that 5. And last but not least, W's in the chat for Ducky for the $20 donation. Saying, I'm sorry for my question last week. This convo has helped me understand why I was wrong to ask before doing research. No, Ducky, you're fine. Listen, I'm just happy that you're in a position where you can say like, oh, you know, we live and we learn, and which I think that's more important than anything. I think like that's the most important thing that we can actually deal with. So W's in the chat for you guys. Only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Let's see here. Hi, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background?
Yeah, I disagree with one of the things.
Okay. And is it Laney?
It's Lane, sorry.
Lane, sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry, Lane. All right, perfect. Which point do you disagree with on the background? Where do you like to start?
Well, first of all, just one of them I see it just says white men, cowards, not victims.
Mm-hmm.
Would that in and of itself not almost be like a racial comment? You're specifically saying white men are cowards. So you're pointing out that specific race in the first place. So that's racist in and of itself. And second of all, yeah, black people can be racist too. So I don't want to hear none of that. But
oh, okay, interesting.
Yeah. But that, I mean, I could agree with a lot of stuff that you say, but I also feel like that you don't fully push for being conjoined, you know, as one. You push for a certain side, the left side, obviously. And
wait, are you referring to hegemony?
Hegemony, can you define that for me?
Don't worry about it. I apologize for interrupting. Please continue.
Okay. No. Yeah. So basically, yeah. All I'm saying is you are causing more division than you are conjugation, or I guess you would say. Yeah.
Got it. Okay. All right. Anything else before I go?
No. Actually, yeah. One more thing.
Mm-hmm.
You would say you're a follower of science, right?
Mm-hmm.
And would you say there is a biological difference between males and females?
Yeah, in every species, there's biological differences between male and female.
All right. So let me run this by you. What if a transgender, say you're a
person, like not transgender,
a transgender person, say a transgender person is in, you know, like a medical emergency. Say they call an ambulance, right?
Mm-hmm.
And they're a male that turned into a female. And they call this ambulance and they say,
well, you can't be a male that turns into a female. That's not how it works.
Well, how does it work then?
Well, there's a couple of things wrong with like your hypothetical situation. Number one, like nowhere on my background does it have anything about like transgender people. So I think
you were just talking about transgender people this for 20 minutes, were you not?
No, I wasn't. Just
I
because
heard
you heard me say,
conversation.
Sure. Just because you heard me say that transgender people are under attack, that was not me talking about transgender people for 20 minutes. I don't know if you listened to like the other stuff.
You had that lady specifically come up and she was talking about transgender people and about women's rights.
Oh, no, you're wrong. But Lane, like I didn't interrupt you. Can you please let me finish my sentence?
Yes, go ahead.
All right. So like I was saying, I didn't talk about transgender people for 20 minutes. The reason why she originally came up was talk about the difference between womanism and feminism. And I talked about like what necessitated womanism. And then I gave her recommendations for other people to go to when it comes to like marginalized communities. And I mentioned like a transgender person that is also a creator, Laney. Like, no, I didn't do that. But also to get back to the original point, the issue with your actual your hypothetical is one, like I said, there's nothing on my background talking about transgender people. Two, I think there may be a lack of understanding between male and female and man and woman. And three, like you don't turn into, that's not how it happens.
I'm not talking about what people want to call themselves. I'm talking about biologically speaking. I'm talking about biology here, not what you feel. Okay.
Yeah, I'm not talking about your feelings or my feelings. I'm telling you that you don't have an understanding, or like it seems like
you're saying. So what's the difference between a male and female? You tell me.
The point that I was making is it seems like you have a lack of understanding as far as what male and female is compared to man and woman.
No, that's two different words for the same thing.
That's not.
Man and woman, male and female. Yes, it is. What's the difference between those two words?
What is male and female?
A male is
no. Don't try to define. Don't try to define what they individually are. Tell me what categorization is male and female.
That's well, that'd be gender, right?
No.
Or sex. I meant sex.
Yep.
Sorry.
Yep. And man and woman is what?
Okay, yeah, but I'm not talking. That's exactly what I'm saying. I'm not talking about genders. I'm talking about biology. That's what I just stated this.
Can you please answer that question?
Yeah, it's gender, and that's what.
Okay, perfect. So if there's a difference between sex and gender, there is no one who is saying that.
But they're describing the same things.
They're not. Again, the reason why I said, Lane, that I think that you are conflating these things is because if you think that they're the same things, then you don't have a fundamental understanding. This is the last thing I'm going to say about transgender people.
Wait, no, don't run. Let me make my point. You didn't let me.
This is the last thing I'm going to say about transgender people, because again, like, transgender people have nothing to do with the topic on the background. And I would really like to address the original things that you spoke on, which the topic on the background is, white men, cowards, not victims. The last thing I'm going to say about that is I am not a transgender person. Are you transgender?
No.
Okay, perfect. So neither one of us are transgender, and there are transgender people. And since neither one of us are transgender people and there's no transgender representation on the panel at this moment, I don't allow people to have those conversations without proper representation. And so since there's no proper representation, I'm going to let you know, I'm going to finish my sentence, please. I'm going to let you know that that's a boundary for me. And I'm telling you that we will not be having the conversation around the transgender community. If you want to have the conversation around the transgender community, like I stated before, there are amazing creators that do this every day, and they have a platform where they openly welcome the conversation around transgender people. And I would suggest you have those conversations with them. But I would like to have a conversation about the points that are on my background.
Okay, but I just wanted to test your affirmations.
Oh, I don't care about you testing anything. I would like to talk about the points in the background. So can we go back to what you originally said when you were talking about, like, white men, cowards, not victims? You said that is racist. And then because I'm calling out specifically white men, and you also said black people can be racist, so you don't want to hear that. So can you tell me a little bit more about, and also, I don't know if you have your phone turned up or if it's in a case or something, but like it's kind of like a echoey sound.
Oh, it's probably because I'm outside. Hold on, I'll step in my car real quick.
Yeah, no worries. While you do that, I'm going to thank a couple of people. All right. I'm just going to mute you. Whenever you get settled, you can just come back off mute, and then when I stop, you can go ahead and speak. W's in the chat for Phoenix I, who sent a $10 super chat to say, no shade, just kind of observation. I think the caller was a bit neurospicy. If so, I can relate just to talk directly to someone with a strong sense of consistency. I get that as well. Like, I get that. And that's why, like, I didn't jump down her throat. I engage. I think that she had well meanings and well intentions. And I think that there's still an opportunity to not only, like, understand that thing, but then, try to course correct in real time as well. W's in the chat for that. W's in the chat for Jocelyn for the $1 donation. Saying, why do they always go to transphobia? It's because identity politics is much easier to deal with than the lived reality and the material existence. And so people enjoy dealing with identity politics. W's in the chat for Jared for the $1 donation. Said, Lane, Chuddy Chudderton? the chutteth. I think that's what you're trying to say. Just gives me the ick. More script reading and lack of understanding. Use the words he has no understanding of. Too early for this fragility. Yeah, but I'm here for it. I'm good. W's in the chat for all the donos, guys. If anyone else would like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo. Pay links in the link tree in the bio. Santana speaks for you. Santana speaks for you. It's the best way to support the live. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat and I will read that out. Guys, look up in the corner. If you see the word follow, that means you're not following me. Hit that follow button. Hit that follow button. Turn on notifications so you know when we go live. We go live all the time. So please, please, please turn on that notification. If you're on YouTube, hit that follow button. W's in the chat for Sunflower, who resubscribe or subscribe with their Amazon Prime over on Twitch. W's in the chat for that. And also, guys, we're on our way to 23,000 followers on YouTube. So make sure that you are hitting that follow button. Lane, you got in your car. I think it might be either your phone is in a case and it's too loud. Could you turn your phone down just a little bit? It might fix the vibration.
Oh, yeah. Sorry. There you go.
All right.
Better?
Yeah. So going back to our conversation, you said that me specifically calling out this point in itself is racist. Can you tell me a little bit more? I'm not sure why you were muted. I apologize. Can you tell me a little bit more about why you think that that's racist? We don't have to mute them. We're good. We're good. We don't have to mute them. Can you tell me a little bit more about why that's racist?
Well, yeah, I think that if a man that was white got up on a panel and put black men, cowards, not victims, that you would all be acting as you were the victim. But really, you were saying, I can't remember exactly what that comment you said about me, that I have understanding of the words, but not what it actually means. First of all,
I think they were just talking about how you're using words without understanding the words. But instead of talking about the comments, can you please finish talking about the question that I had? Because I would really like for you to finish so you and I can continue to talk about that.
Yeah, I answered your question.
That was it?
Yeah.
Okay. Perfect.
What do you mean? If any other race got up here and mentioned the black race and put them marginalized in a thing and said, cowards, not victims, calling them cowards as a group, that is a racial comment. You're specifically picking out the white race to call them cowards because of whatever 200 years ago. That's part of the problem is the point. You're part of the problem. You push these same things and it's just the opposite way.
Okay. All right. So I guess the first question I would have for you is, did you get an opportunity? You might not have, because this was when I first came in. Did you get an opportunity to hear anything about the analysis that I made when it came to breaking down the background and why it says white man coward? Not. Okay. Do you think it would behoove you to seek understanding before jumping into the conversation and immediately believing that you understand what is being said?
Well, I mean, you have it in a caption right there. It's marginalizing white people, calling them cowards specifically. Okay. What else can you take from that, from it being in the background there? Not everyone's going to watch your stream from a second. I didn't watch it from the minute you opened your stream. No one else. Anyone else that hops in here would think the same thing. If you're going to say that, you need more context there.
Well, no, you don't need context on a bullet point. That's why it's a bullet point. But you do need context in order to engage in a debate. I do agree with you. Having an assumption on something when joining a conversation late is always something that you can infer. But then you kind of hit an inflection point. And I'll just speak about myself. Whenever I see something and I don't know the context around it, or I think I may have an understanding of it, even if I'm going to debate someone on something, either I sit and I wait and listen to them speak on that thing, or the first thing that I do once I engage with them is I say, hey, can you tell me a little bit more about what you said? Kind of like what I just did with you, right? I said, hey, can you tell me more about this, that, or the third? So the only thing that I'll say before I really get into my points is that if I were you, and you don't have to take my advice, I would always seek to find understanding before actually disputing a point. Now,
sure.
the premise that you're making as far as like, oh, this is racist, it's not. That's not how racism works. That's not how race works. The biggest question
How
that I
does
have for
racism
you,
work? Enlighten me. Enlighten me. I want to know how racism works.
Sure. Can you stop interrupting me though?
Yeah, but I want to know. You're saying these things like no one else
Yeah, I
knows
was literally
what
going to
racism
actually
is.
tell you, but you decided to interrupt me and thinking that I wasn't going to tell you. I think you might have believed that I was just going to like say some high level stuff and not explain it, but I promise you I was.
No, I'm asking you, what is racism?
Yeah, I was literally going to explain that.
But you were about to ask me a question. You weren't going to explain that.
Are you clairvoyant?
Go ahead. What is racism? Tell me.
No, are you clairvoyant?
Clairvoyant?
Clairvoyant, yes, because if you're clairvoyant, then I don't want to debate you because like that's unfair.
What's that? I don't know what that means.
Yeah, I didn't think you were. So,
clairvoyant?
Yeah, you're not clairvoyant. So like you don't, like you can't see, you're not Miss Cleo. Call me now for your free psychic reading. Who is the father of the baby? Anyway, listen, the point being is that when you talk about race and racism, it doesn't work that way, because when you understand the functionality of racism, you understand who it can and cannot work for. So that's why, like, you saying that, oh, me calling out like white men is racist. Well, one, the reason why I say this is because there's, you know, detail and a backdrop behind what I said, but also two, like it doesn't work that way. So let's do a choose your own adventure, right? You got one of two ways that you can go. One, I can either tell you about why I have that statement, white men, cowards, not victims, or two, you can tell me what you know about race and racism, and then we can build out the conversation from there. So which path do you want to take?
Sorry, tell you what I know about race and racism, or get clarification on how white men are cowards and not victims?
Yes, that's correct. Those are the two paths.
I guess I'd want the cowards, white men are cowards and not victims, because where is that even, who is saying white men are victims anyway?
Okay. All right. Perfect. I'll give you that information. So the reason why I have that on the background is because there is a portion of white men that are loud and proud about the fact that they think that they are, one, either being replaced, two, being marginalized, or three, being forgotten. They say things like, oh, other people are getting things and it's taking things away from us. And so that's why they are trying to do things like scream DEI, or try to like say that, oh, women shouldn't have the right to vote, or like weird shit like that. But then there are also ones that say like, oh, we're under attack and everyone is getting something for us. We can't be white Christian men in the country because everyone thinks that we're just the bad guys and blah, 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 blah. So there's a persistent conversation that's coming out of white men, specifically younger white men, who are trying to marginalize themselves and claim that people are after them while still having the proximity to power when it comes to not only whiteness, but the patriarchal system. And so that's why I say those white men who somehow scream that like they're being targeted, they're victims, their things are being taken from them, other people are being given stuff, like those are the ones, those are the people that are just cowards. They're scared of equality, or better yet, equity. They're scared of equity because they know for a fact that they can't compete if things are on even footing.
Okay, so you're not are you generalizing white men as a total, or you're talking specifically to those white men?
Have you ever heard the actual phrasing, if it doesn't fly, let it fly?
Yeah.
Yeah. So
okay, so you are generalizing.
No, I'm talking to the people that feel the need to come up here and defend the topic. I'm talking to you. Like literally, this spoke to your soul. And since this spoke to your soul, you came up here to actually talk about the topic. So no, I'm not generalizing. I'm being very specific. I'm talking to a specific person, and it just so happens to be that you're that person. It resonated with you.
Yeah. I think
It did.
Yeah, so if-
you
but
came up here to
listen.
defend it. You've been hot and heavy for a while.
If I was on a live and said black men, cowards, not victims, you would do the same thing, wouldn't you?
Mm-mm.
You're talking about my race. Like, first of all, it's not like I don't think I'm a victim. I don't care. You can say I think I'm a victim all you want.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I'm not MAGA. I'd like to say that I'm not MAGA. None of that. I actually agree with quite a bit of the stuff that you say, but I just didn't know like what the point is. It just seems like more division. That's been my whole point this whole time, is you want to do this in front of 1,000 people that are gonna, you know, say all these things with you and whatever else and back you up. But it's just creating more separation between the country in total. So what you're doing doesn't help. It's just it's more and more separation, and you're contributing to it, and you know you are. So.
No, I'm not, but we can talk about that. Question for you. Do you think
so? Wait, no. Question for you. Would it not be a better country if white and black people could conjoin and, you know, be fine? That's been the goal a long time ago. That was the goal, wasn't it? When slavery was ended and, you know, they didn't want all these, well, obviously there could have been better protocols taken for equality. And I agree with you there. I'm not saying that I don't want equality. But I'm saying is that, like, the more that people come together, the stronger a country is going to be. And sitting here causing more separation between race is never going to do it. It's never going to help. You're sitting here talking about white men saying whatever. White men have nothing more than a black man. I sit here, I have to work every day, work just like anybody else, work my way to anything. We don't live 200 years ago. And, you know, I know people got set back, you know, and I do agree that we should maybe, you know, I agree with DUI, you know, give some incentives to help
you mean
people
DEI, not DUI.
A DEI. I said DEI. Did I say
DUI? Yeah.
Okay, my bad. I agree with DEI, but, you know, I don't agree with the separation that people want to push with it. Because you want to say that white men are whatever, but really everyone needs equal opportunities. But you want to prop up one race more than the other when we need to be all equal. That's my point. You know, I'm not MAGA. I agree with a lot of the things you say. I just don't get why we have to cause separation there.
Okay. All right. So, Laney, I'm going to say this before I start speaking. You see how I sat there quietly and didn't interrupt you? I just corrected the one thing that you said.
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm going to start speaking again because, like, I've tried to speak multiple times and you keep interrupting me. And I'm just letting you know right now, from this point forward, if I start speaking and you interrupt me and you can't let me finish what I'm saying, I'm going to mute you. I don't want to, because it seems like you and I can have a good conversation, but I would really love to be able to get through any of my thoughts. Okay.
All
right. Perfect. So, I reject the notion that talking about the issues that exist in our society today is causing division. I think that it's causing division for those people who want to live in comfort and to assume that things are just sunshine, rainbows, or whatever the case may be. I reject the notion that people like to try to put left versus right and say, oh, it's the Republicans versus the Democrats. It's not. It's a society. And so when I talk about the issues that exist within our society, when I talk about the issues when it comes to white men, it's not just white men on the right, it's white men, period. When I talk about the issues with men, it's not just white men and, you know, not black men, it's all men, including myself. So when I call out these issues, I'm not calling out these issues to cause separation or division. I'm calling out these issues to correct the problems that we have so we can be a stronger society. Not talking about the thing won't fix it. Like, that's not how it works. Pretending that it doesn't exist or it goes away, like, that's not how it works. And then also claiming that, oh, it's not 200 years ago, like, that's an actual statement that is steeped in ignorance and not understanding, like, how different people have different lived realities. And so pretending as if, like, the inequalities that were 200 years ago don't still exist today, or 400 years ago don't still exist today, like, that's not true. It's literally still here. And the last thing I'll say is, you mentioned equality multiple times over and over and over. And the thing that I have to call out when talking about equality is no one is sitting here saying that we want equality. Like I hear me when I say this. I'm not advocating for equality. I'm advocating for equity. There's a huge difference between equality and equity. And then even when you brought up quote unquote DEI, it's DEIA. And when you talk about the E is not equality, it's equity. There's a huge difference between those two things.
Okay. So I just want to run this by you real quick.
Mm-hmm.
If a black man makes a racial comment or makes a, I'll say something that has happened to me personally.
Wait,
right?
before you do that though, before you give that example, can you address what I said? Because like I listened to what you said and directly responded to the things that you said. Instead of bringing something up, can you directly respond to what I just said?
Yeah. So you're saying you're talking about equity, not equality. First of all, define equity for me real quick.
The simplest
What's your definition
way to put
of
this,
equity?
No, the simplest way to put this to help you understand the difference between equity and equality.
I'm not asking for the
equality-
difference between equity and equality. I'm asking you for the definition of what you're calling equity.
Wait, do you know what equity is?
No, I want to know what you're calling equity.
Okay, but again, the question I'm saying is, do you know what equity is?
I mean, yeah.
Okay, so then if you know what equity is, then why would you need my definition of equity?
Because you're saying you don't want equality, you want equity.
Yes.
So equity, what would that look like is what I'm asking for you.
Oh, okay.
What would equity in society look like for you?
Equity in society would be making people whole in the different ways, depending on the marginalized groups. I don't want to get specific in what marginalized groups need the what for equity, but it's understanding the difference between equity and equality.
So you're saying other groups need more support, other support, and different groups need, different types of support, obviously.
Yeah,
is that what you're saying?
People just need to be made whole, so you're on even footing, and then moving forward from that point.
All right, so that's what I said. That was my argument. I said we need to.
Equality.
That is okay. Equality and equity.
What's the difference between equality and equity?
Equity is like what's right, what needs to happen.
No.
Or like what is looked at. Equality is obviously, having equal rights and whatever else. Equity would be like equal opportunities.
No. The difference between equality and equity, the difference between equality and equity, if you advocate for equality, that means that, everybody gets to move forward from here and everyone gets the same thing, right? We're all here. We're all here. Everyone gets the same thing. But that lacks the understanding of the way that other people have been disenfranchised. And so even though you can say that everyone is here, you have to actually look at the history where even though you're saying we're here now, this group is all the way back here. And so you're saying, you can play the game now, but this group has been completely disenfranchised from playing the game from certain portions. That's why I tried to give you the actual, the visualization. That's why I tried to give you the visualization of the difference between equality and equity. So I'm going to do that now because I think that may be something that really helps. It's something when I first started engaging with the idea of equality versus equity, it really helped. There's this great depiction of a picture, right? And it talks about the difference between equity and equality, and it has three different men, right? And the three different men are trying to look over a fence to watch a baseball game. And the equity in the actual picture, the equality in the picture is giving all three of them the same size box to stand on to try to look at the game, Well, the funny thing about giving all three of them the same size box is all three of them are different heights. So even though they all have the same size box, they can't all see because their heights are different, and so they can't watch the game. Equity would be giving them what they need so they can all see, and then you can go from that point. So they gave them the different size boxes so the shorter person could actually see over the fence, just like the medium-sized person could see over, just like the tall person could see over. So that's the difference between equality and equity.
Okay. So you're saying that at this point right now, people, I want to know what, because you're saying these things as if they're true. You must know where are these things true? Where do I, when did I start life? How did I have, you know, a stronger foothold or a weaker foothold than someone else that was born the same day, same time, different race?
Sure. Are you white?
Yeah.
Are you a man?
Yeah.
Are you straight?
Yeah.
Are you a Christian?
No, I'm not a Christian. Okay.
All right. So from the actual basis of where you, 1 second here, sorry. I'm sorry, I'm trying to grab something. The basis of where you're starting your life is in a position that benefits you and doesn't take away from you. When you talk about like the patriarchal system, do you know what the patriarchal system is?
No, not really. I'm not much into politics, if I'm being honest with you.
Okay, well, yeah, the patriarchal system isn't politics, but the patriarchal system is the hierarchy within society that places being a white man at the top, right? And so since you're a white man, you're at the top of the patriarchal system, and then all other categorizations fall below, right?
Wait,
you might be, who, though? I'm sorry?
Where does that come from? Who said that?
Oh, society.
Society. So somehow, because I'm white, I'm on the top of society.
Do you live in society?
Yeah.
Then yes.
So because I'm white, I have what over you?
White privilege.
Where's that at? I've never had it once. Where?
It's in you.
When does that come into play? I want to know.
It's like Gatorade. It's in you. Like one of the privileges of having white privilege is not knowing that you have white privilege. Like that's literally a key component of white privilege.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's funny, dude. That's funny.
I'm glad that you find it funny.
Yeah,
but I'm going to finish what I'm saying. Like, again, you cut me off, even though you have all these questions, but a lack of understanding. So I would love to actually,
like it's true, but it's your opinion. It's your opinion.
I haven't given you my opinion on anything.
You're saying I have a foot over you because I'm white. It's not true.
I haven't
given you
my
money than
opinion
me,
on
probably.
anything.
Hey, listen. You have a bigger platform, more money. How did
what does that have to do with white privilege?
Same amount of opportunity as me.
What does that have to do with white privilege?
Than you. What? Because I've never had privilege for anything. I work just like you do. I work.
You
for
literally like
Everybody
if you actually like stop being so defensive and try to listen to what I'm saying, then I think that you would actually be able to not only learn something, but you would be able to hear the things that I'm trying to show you or trying to talk to you about.
I'm white. Wait.
Yeah,
you
don't even
own
know
mostly everything. So why would the Jewish people not?
Jewish people don't own everything, and Judaism is not a race. That's an ethno religion. Like again, you don't know stuff, and it's super weird. White people own almost everything. Like
no,
again, you like yes. If you take a look at the ownership within our society, white people. It's not, and like Jewish people can be white, so it's weird. Anyway, I'm just gonna mute you for a second because I do want to show everybody something, because some people are saying like, hey, can you show the picture? That would be super helpful. So I want to actually put the picture on the screen. This is the picture that I was talking about. For those people that may be visual learners, this is the difference between equity and equality, right? Understanding that not everyone should have the quote unquote same thing, but understanding what's the difference between those things, right? Sorry, guys. So I just had to bring that up. I think this is like, again, this is one of the things that really helped start, kickstart my understanding of the difference between equity and equality. Yeah. So, like I was saying, when you take a look at where you are within society because of the patriarchal system, you fall at the top of the patriarchal system. And then depending on what different like levels or whatever attributes you have, it determines on your placement within the patriarchal system within our society. And even within those different categorizations, there are marginalized groups within those categorizations. That's called intersectionality, right? And so you can be a white man, but you won't have as much privilege as since you're a straight white man, you have privilege, but then a gay white man won't have as much privilege as you because he's gay. And the way that our society works is they disenfranchise people that are part of the queer community. And then you start to move on through the different intersects. You talk about like the difference between being a man and a white man and the privilege that exists there. When you talk about the difference between a black man and a black woman, when you talk about the difference between a queer black woman and a straight black woman, when you talk about the differences between like a transgender black woman and a transgender black woman with a disability, it's all based off of intersectionality. And it's the way that our society actually perceives people, and it continues to actually structure and place people within that patriarchal system. So you being born as a straight white man gives you access to the top of the patriarchal system. And in society, there's a multitude of things that I can talk about as far as your white privilege and what it gives you. But I don't want to like railroad. I want to give you a moment to speak before I give you specific examples.
Okay. Yeah. So I see you're saying that not all white people would be at the top of this patriarchal system, but like obviously there's tiers basically, even to the different races.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So, but let me just like, it still just doesn't track fully because you're making that assumption yourself. You're building that in your mind yourself. You're saying,
it's
there's a patriarchal system. Are saying there's a patriarchal system that white people are at the top.
I'm not, I didn't make that up. That's why I said, do you know what the patriarchal system is?
Who did? Where did that come from?
Yeah, it's a system that was structured in our society. It goes back to, I know the patriarchal system goes way past like the creation of race, but that was another layer within race. But the point that I'm trying to get to is like, this is not a Santana thing. Like, this is not my thing. This is like literally something that has governed our society as a whole. So like, this is not me making this up. This is not me saying this. This is not even me saying like, oh, I want this thing. Like the actual systems that we live inside function whether we want them to or not.
Yeah, but I'm saying that in
Hey Peach,
you can sit here and I can have this, I guess it'd be, appealing to personal experience, but it's like you see these things all over the place and there, I don't have anything over any of the same race. If I was applying for a job and there was a black person and a Mexican person applying for that same job, I don't have a foot over getting that job over them. I do not.
You do.
I do not. That's not
you
true.
literally do. One thing that I want to call out is Mexican is not a race, but like literally the reason why you do is because there's studies that have been done that shows the difference as far as,
Hispanic. My bad.
Hispanic is not a race either. And also, if you're gonna hawk to it, can you please like not do that on the mic?
I'm sorry.
I'm stuffy as well.
To my throat.
Yeah, all good.
I'm sitting outside.
All good. Really quick, W's in chat for Gregory for the $2 donation. Per Malena.
Did you just say Hispanic's not a race?
No, it's not.
Why is that on? Yes, it is.
W's in the chat for Gregory. You can silence 50 scholars with one fact, but you cannot silence one idiot with 50 facts. MAGA is uneducated and doesn't seek awareness or insight. That's absolutely true.
I'm not MAGA and I'm in med school, but who ran from the biology question? Let's see.
No one was talking to you, and I didn't run from a biology question because, again, you don't understand the difference between sex
I
and gender.
biology way better than
You really don't, because you just said that a male can turn into a female.
A male
like
can
you
pretend
said,
to be a female. Yes.
No, it's not pretending. And
It
again,
is pretending. It is.
Okay, Lane, I'm going to mute you because I'm reading off donations and you're letting your stupidity show. Please don't do that. You claim to be a med student. Stop. You claim to be a med student and you try to flex biology while not knowing the difference between sex and gender and like the actual social constructs that we live in.
You ran.
Like I think that again,
you ran from the
Lane. Please stop crashing out. Like legitimately, stop it.
You're muting me crashing out, bud.
I'm muting you because you have a lack of impulse control. You love screaming that, oh, I'm not MAGA, and I agree with you, but you're doing the same thing that they do. Stop. I'm muting you. Please stop coming off mute. Let me finish what I'm saying. Like I told you earlier that I was going to mute you if you couldn't stop interrupting me. Like I don't want to mute you. I would love to actually have this conversation. Please be an adult. W's in the chat for Phoenix Eye for the $10 super chat to say, and now we return you to our regularly scheduled program, Santana versus Dunning-Kruger. It's every single day. That's literally what we deal with. W's in the chat for the donos, guys. If anyone else like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo. Pay links in the link tree in the bio. Santana Speaks for You. Santana Speaks for You is the best way to support the live. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat, and I will read that out. All right. So the point that I was getting to is Hispanic is not a race. There's a difference between race, ethnicity, and nationality, and to like understand the difference between those three is super important when having those types of conversations. But the biggest thing that I'm trying to get to is when you talk about the privilege that exists for being white. And the reason why I said that there's white privilege does not mean that you are going to live a life without struggles or a life without, any type of hardships or whatever the case may be, or just be rich. That means that you move through life without the additional barriers of any other race, of not being white, right? So you live in a society that does not put additional roadblocks in front of you because of your race. That's all that it means. And when I talk about one of the tenets or one of the benefits of having white privilege is not knowing that you have white privilege, you say things like, oh, what can I as a white man do that you as a black man can't do, without understanding that there are things like the veil of darkness study that exist. You say that without understanding what redlining is, or even having a full understanding of what's happening in our society today with gerrymandering. You say those things without having a complete understanding of medical racism or educational racism. Like all of those things actually exist, and you benefit from those things even if you don't actually participate in those things. So that's the point that I'm getting to. Like, you do not have to be someone who is actively doing the things to benefit from the thing.
Okay, I can see what you're saying there, but it's just not true. It's not true.
What's not true?
Give me an example of where this happens and how it happens. I want to know.
Yeah, I gave you multiple examples.
Where? In education, where does it happen?
Sure. It happens in the position as far as like scholarships and grants versus loans. If you take a look at the disproportionate way that white people receive grants and scholarships versus non-white people, they are overwhelmingly given access to grants and scholarships and even loans versus black people or non-white people, even though there is no difference in their grades or their history. They are just giving those opportunities to access those funds. And then even when you take a look at like colleges and the way that works, there are colleges that work off. Do you know what like legacies are?
Legacies? What do you mean?
Within the college system?
No, I'm not sure. No.
Okay. So legacies are people that get preferential treatment and they get prioritized for admissions into college because their parents or their grandparents or whatever attended said college or donated to said college. They have a connection to the college. And so those students are prioritized over non-legacy students.
Okay.
All right. With that being said, then, and understanding, I'm sorry, just something threw me off. With that being said, do you know why there was a necessity for, do you know what an HBCU is?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know why there was a necessity for HBCUs?
Well, yeah, because it was harder for Black or African Americans to get into, further education, I guess.
Yeah, Black people were overwhelmingly disenfranchised and not given access to higher education. Did you know, you said that you're in med school now. Did you know that there was a time in our country where higher education was either super cheap or free for everyone?
Yeah.
What happened?
I'm not sure, if I'm being honest with you. I was actually going to look at that the other day.
Yeah. What happened was the shift towards paid colleges happened under Ronald Reagan, but it was around the same time that Black people started to become very educated and started to seek higher secondary degrees. I'm sorry, not secondary degrees, but college degrees. And so since Black people started to utilize those free lanes to access higher education, they switched it from being accessible to everyone in order to disenfranchise Black people and keep them away from actually from being able to attain those degrees easily. So it was literally just a way to ensure that Black people were not able to access equity.
Okay, let me ask you something. So you said that white people would have, more opportunity to get a loan than a Black person. You realize that that's through FAFSA, and it's not based on race, it's based on income, things of that nature, and need.
FAFSA is for grants and scholarships. I'm talking
FAFSA
about
is also for loans as well.
Yeah, I'm talking about private loans. I'm talking about private loans that are actually issued, and private loans go through more than just the application process.
I haven't got a single private loan for my school, and I get the same FAFSA everyone else gets for everything.
Sure, but do you represent the totality of everyone, or is that just your lived experience?
I don't represent the totality of everyone, but I could go get probably 50 people, and then what? Is that representative? How many people is representative of a population?
What would be more representation, like looking at the empirical data, or saying like I know 50 people?
Yeah, empirical data of what? Of being able to obtain funding for college. I could get anyone of any race to go apply for funding for college, and if they have the same SAI as me, then they're going to get the same amount of funding as me.
Oh, okay.
Federally.
Okay.
Yeah.
1 second here.
Unless they're not a U.S. citizen. Unless they're not a U.S. citizen, then it's different.
No, it's not. It's not.
Yes, it is. You can't get federal loans. What do you mean it's not?
I'm saying it's not because the totality of what you're saying is incorrect. That's why I said I'm not. It literally is. So,
how?
Lane?
Go ahead, tell me how.
I'm in the middle of doing it, but you have impulse control issues. Stop. The reason why it's wrong. The reason why it's wrong is if you take a look at the actual discrepancies when it comes to access to loans. I'm not even talking grants or scholarships, right? There was a study that was completed by Education Data Initiative that did a analysis, and this actually just came out in February 2025, and it looked at the analysis of student loans by races, and that was projections for 2026 for this year, right? And so what it actually took a look at is that Black people actually receive less loans than their white peers, while having about $25,000 more in student loan debts. It also talked about the discrepancy between the lending power, the borrowing power.
Wait. You just said that they get 25. Wait, say that again. Say it again.
They have access and they get less loans while having higher debt.
They get less loans while having higher debt.
Mm-hmm.
And how does that correlate?
Interest rates.
If they can't get loans, if they can't get the loans that they need, how are they ending up in more debt?
Interest rates.
Interest rates.
Yes.
On private loans?
Yes.
Dude, that's not, what are you talking about? You can't argue that. That's like, that's not based on, how are you saying that? It doesn't even make sense.
What is the interest rate?
Interest rate is, I don't know how to describe it. It's just like the amount that is accruing on debt, or like, whatever. I don't know how to define it.
Interest rate is the rate of return while not only repaying the loan, but the additional amount that you have to pay back on top of the loan for getting the loan.
Yes.
Who determines the interest rates with private companies?
I guess the owners of the private companies or whoever.
So if the private companies can determine what said interest rate is, then the interest rate on a loan can be different depending on who receives the loan. Is that an accurate statement?
Wait, sorry, repeat that.
If the interest rate is determined by the private entity, then the interest rate can be different based off of the same total amount for the loan. Example, you and I getting a $2,000 loan does not necessarily mean that we're going to pay back the same amount for said $2,000 loan.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, I agree.
Perfect. So that's how that works.
Okay. Yeah. So, but why? The thing is, my whole point is, why are they needing private loans for schooling when they can get the same amount of federal funding as me to pay for their schooling? Just as I do,
because non-white people get access to less grants and scholarships. I've already said that. Like, I'm gonna be honest with you.
Scholarships. I'm not talking about grants and scholarships.
Then what the fuck are you talking about?
Anyway.
Wait, so if we
wait, 1 second, Lane.
Wait. If I've already started talking about loans and we're not talking about loans anymore, and then I just said grants and scholarships. If we're not talking about loans, grants or scholarships.
You said private loans. Private loans, you said. You said private loans. I haven't taken a single private loan. Why do you need to take a private loan to pay for school? Why? Tell me.
Because not everyone has the same access to funds. I know you like to actually pretend as if it does, but that's not true.
They do. That's what I'm telling you.
It's literally not fucking true, Lane.
All right.
I was literally just getting ready to connect this and say this. Do you know what redlining is?
Redlining, no. Define it for me. Redlining. No, what is it?
It's part of financial racism. It's a practice of disenfranchising Black people and, to a certain extent, non-white people in order to actually ensure that they don't have the financial capacity to advance in a multitude of ways. It's highlighted within the housing market, but it also exists in other financial practices. You see this where people who are of different race, one person's Black, one person's white, they go in, they try to get a home loan. They have the same credit history. They have the same deposit. They have the same renter's history. And even with the same everything, the person that is given the loan is the white person versus the Black person. And it's not given based off of any type of factual information. It's literally given off of their race. This is a discriminatory practice that has been persistent. If you had to guess, when do you think the last time a major bank, a major national bank, was successfully sued for redlining?
Probably been a while, huh?
Take a guess.
I don't know, like the 60s, 70s. I don't know.
2025.
What the hell?
Wells Fargo, Bank of America, and Navy Federal Credit Union are amongst 3 of the national banks that have all successfully been sued for redlining. And then there are also different levels of banks, medium-sized banks, small banks, credit unions, a multitude of banks that have been successfully sued for redlining. So when you try to talk about things happening 200 years ago, or when you try to talk about things that don't exist, I'm telling you, it still exists today, like today.
Well, you just mentioned 3 banks out of all the banks that there are.
I mentioned 3 major national banks. That's what I said.
Okay.
I gave you those 3 banks.
So
I said
what you're
3
claiming-
major. I said 3 major national banks to make a point, and then I highlighted that there are other levels of banks, including medium-sized banks, small banks, and credit unions that all have been successfully sued for the same things.
Okay, so what? Okay, I get it. All right, I don't that. I give that to you. I didn't know that, but let me ask what you're saying here. So you're saying that like the owner, or that when somebody like a black man applies to college for funding through, say, a FAFSA, don't talk about private loans. Don't talk about whatever else. I'm saying when you apply through FAFSA, what is that based off of, and how are you getting any less? And are you accusing like even those companies of doing that, and how, with no basis?
Okay. So, one, I'm not accusing anyone on anything off of no basis. 2, when I talk about the things, you can look at the actual difference in the data. You interrupted me while I was giving you the information from the Education Data Initiative, which talks about the discrepancy in loans. And this is specifically data as well that looks at the difference with applying for FAFSA and those actual loans, right? So the information that I was giving you when I talked about like the debt, and then I talk about like the difference and all of that's not private loans. That's just loans, and specifically loans through FAFSA. Like I'm literally giving you that information.
Oh, so you're saying that those banks got sued that way due to federal funding like that?
No. When I talked about the banks, I was talking about redlining. And when we're talking about the actual FAFSA and the data that I was talking about, when I talked about how black students get access to lower and less loans, but have a higher debt rate, it's because of FAFSA and the different factors that impact those people. Like, I know.
So this is federal loans. You're saying federal loans
this is the problem
are given at higher interest rates to black people and white people. That's what you're saying.
This is the problem.
That's what you're saying.
This is the problem, Lane.
That's what you're saying. You're saying black people are given loans.
I'm going to mute you. This is the problem. I'm trying to give you this information. And one,
you won't let me talk, dude.
I'm trying to give you this information. And one, you're already at the point of like fighting the information because you came up here with a preconceived notion without doing any type of research, study, or trying to educate yourself at all. You saw something on the background that triggered you. And so you came up here since you were triggered. Instead of actually like trying to verify anything, you came up here saying a bunch of shit without knowing anything. But then 2, I'm literally trying to like feed you with a water hose, and I've been trying not to do that, but you won't let me get through thoughts, and you won't have linear dialogue. And so when you start jumping around, I give you more information, and you keep conflating the things that I'm saying because you think that everything is one thing.
Concise. You're the one not being concise.
It's literally you interrupting. And so while I'm explaining one thing, you have another question, and then I have to give you information about the question that you just had. And then you think that it's all one thing when there's separate things. Like me explaining the difference between redlining and how that works and talking about the actual loans that have been received. You conflated those two because you interrupted me and wouldn't let me get through my thoughts. Like, it's you.
Dude, no, it's not. You're not being concise. I've asked you to be clear about what you're talking about.
I've been very
plenty of
clear.
times.
I've been very clear. Have you given me one source for anything that you said except your feelings?
What source have you given me? You've just been blabbing. I don't even know what the hell you're talking
I've
about.
literally given you. What was I just giving you the information from when I talked about the loans?
No, I'm gonna say something now because this is how it keeps going.
Nope. I don't want you to say something. I want you to answer the question.
Yeah, exactly.
I want you to answer the question. What source did I give you when I was telling you about the discrepancies in loans?
You were talking about fucking I don't know, federal banks.
No. See, again, you're not listening. You don't understand. I just explained the difference between redlining, and that's when I was talking about. Stop, Lane. Lane, you're crashing out.
Dude, let me talk.
Lane, you, for what? You haven't said anything with any type of information, and I'm still trying to actually answer the fucking question as far as sources. So stop.
Dude.
When I talked about redlining, I talked about the suits of national banks. But when I talked about the actual loans, I told you the source is the Education Data Initiative that did a study in February of 2025, and it looked at the loans that people were going to occur in 2026. That is a source.
Okay.
Those are the things that I've been talking about from actual sources. You offered the information that you have as far as your experience with FAFSA, and then you said, what if I go get 50 people that I know? So can we at least establish that there's a difference between the things that you've been saying and where you get them from, and the things that I've been saying and where I get them from?
Oh, yeah, I would say there's definitely a difference there, yeah.
I'm going to thank a couple people, and then I'll give you the floor. Give me a second. W's in the chat for Smoothie for the $4.99 super chat to say, it sounds like it was going okay. I had to mute and take a call, and when I got back, already caller had become fragile and couldn't handle the truth. Yes, it's literally because, we made them uncomfortable. W's in the chat for Mad Scramble. Please don't interrupt me while I'm saying thank yous. W's in the chat for Mad Scrambles for the $15 donation saying equity example. Maternity leave for mothers to recover from physical and mental trauma. We can't even ask about it in the interview for the fear of seeming too motherly or difficult. Yeah, I agree. Like there's no question about like that can be brought up without actually disenfranchising women. W's in the chat for Tracy for the $5 donation saying, ask him if his parents had to teach him how not to get shot when getting pulled over. My parents never had to have the conversation with my white self. Yeah, nope. I'm sure he's never had the conversation. W's in the chat for Amber for the $2 donation saying his bio says pre-pharmacy. That's med school now. I know, like I already heard.
That's all of my bio.
W's in the chat for Jocelyn for the $1 donation saying this guy keeps self-inserting and not looking at the bigger picture. This is the very example of privilege. Facts. W's in the chat for Tracy for the $5 donation saying, I've worked in higher education for over 12 years, and I've helped many college students with financial aid. Black students tend to have less scholarships, therefore out-of-pocket expenses after loans and and those after loans are granted are higher and thus need for private loans. Exactly. W's in the chat for Dragon Lover for the $5 donation saying, thank you for the education. Black man doesn't work for free. I know that's fucking right. W's in the chat for Dragon Lover. W's in the chat for Jamie for the $5 donation saying, medical racism, GRF equation. Have you ever heard of it? I'm positive he hasn't. W's in the chat for Ari. What up, Ari? Who sent it? Ari, why did you send that? You know you don't have to send that. You could have just fucking shot me a message. W's in the chat for Ari for the $1 donation saying, ask him what is a PCR. What's a PCR?
Do what? Can I talk or what?
What's a PCR?
Dude, quit asking me a bunch of questions. I'm trying to get my point out.
That came from the donation. They just want to know if you know what a PCR is.
A PCR. I mean, it's obviously an abbreviation for something that could be, plenty of things. Who knows?
Okay. Okay. All right. Cool. W's in the chat for all the donos, guys. If anyone else would like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo. Pay links in the link tree in the bio. Santana Speaks For You. Santana Speaks For You is the best way to support the live. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat, and I will read that out. Keep tapping the screen, guys. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter, disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. All right, Lainey, floor is yours. I'm going to let you say whatever it is that you want to say, and then I'm going to actually let Solid speak to you, because I think that I might not be effectively able to reach you, and I think Solid may have a shot. I don't know. Anyway, floor is yours.
No, actually, I think the donation from the teacher you got actually helped explain it a bit better. But so if this is happening, right, and because this is not something I was aware of, if they are getting offered less scholarships, less funding, in total, what is the objective? Like, what is the point in doing that, and also how do you get away from it if those things are happening? And who is incentivizing that?
We ready to work, Santana? All right, for sure. All right. Hey, chat. I just want to draw your attention to the board above us and remind you that the topic here was white men, cowards, not victims. Real quick, Lane.
Hello? What the?
Yeah.
Oh, that's somebody else. What the heck? Okay. What's up?
Yeah, man. That you've already lost.
Okay.
Your goal here was to prove that white men are not cowards.
Yeah, see, if you're just going to come up and say whatever, I'm not going to listen to your racial comments. I don't care about your race. I don't care about my race. I'm sitting here having a, pretty productive conversation with him.
No,
but my whole thing is
it's very productive. Hey, listen.
Well, no, listen,
do me a favor,
because I just agreed. I just agreed. I'm asking if those things are happening. Listen, dude, if you'd let me talk.
No.
If
he has impulse control. He wasn't looking for you, Lane. He wasn't looking for you to answer or say anything. He just made a comment. Please, Solid has the floor, and Solid has the floor, and now he's talking to you. Go ahead, Solid.
Yeah. So, were it not a cowardice thing, there would be an admission of white privilege, an admission of racial stratification, an admission of racism affecting non-white people. Instead of doing that,
admission of racism affecting non-white people,
we've heard bulverism, right? Telling Santana why he's wrong instead of proving him wrong.
It's the same thing he's done to me.
Facts, he scrutinized everything and supposed to.
I'm sorry. 1 second, Solid. Hey, Lane, we've talked about impulse control. Holy fuck. I'm telling you, Solid is much more kind than I am. He will absolutely give you an opportunity to speak. He also doesn't raise his voice. Please don't speak over Solid. Let him finish, and then he will give you the floor. Please stop. I'm going to mute you, and I'm even muting myself. I'm muting you, and I'm muting myself. One of the big reasons why I keep muting you is because you still have that echo that we talked about from the very beginning. But I'm muting you. I'm muting myself. Please stay on mute until Solid finishes. Thank you.
Also there was an attempt to paint himself out as a victim. All of these markers were hit just in this conversation. Santana has been gracious enough to try and impart information. Lane has fought it at every turn. He's even said the words, everybody's equal. Meanwhile, he doesn't like the division that DEI does. DEIA is. So
I said I agreed with you.
You've already failed.
But go ahead.
You literally couldn't go for 15 seconds
because he's missed.
Stop.
You've already failed.
You can respond when he finishes. Stop.
Also, the crash out and the interrupting is part of it. He's here in bad faith. He's not actually here to work through and have a productive conversation. Right.
I would love to if I could talk.
I think that Santana is very, very nice. And he continues to prove it by unmuting and speaking. So I just wanted to remind the chat of that. Now, Santana, permission to treat the witness as hostile.
Permission granted, but before we do that, I think this is
If you'd let me
something.
talk, I was going to concede and ask you something. I was going to concede and ask you something if you'd let me talk. For some reason, it can't happen.
It's because you.
It wasn't your turn.
It's not. Like literally, Solid
How?
sat here on mute.
You guys have been-
Solid sat here on mute while you and I were talking. I sat here on mute. Like I multiple times I've sat here quietly and let you speak for the longest, but you lack impulse control because your feelings are hurt. Stop. Just stop. I promise you, the floor is coming to you in just a moment. And neither myself nor Solid will interrupt you because we know how to have a conversation. Stop. So, what I was about to say before I let Solid finish and then Lane has the floor. I think this is a great opportunity for something that's super cool, right? And when I say a great opportunity for something that's super cool, you guys know normally what we do. 1 second here. Normally we'll say, oh, kick fund, da 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 da. I don't want to do that. Solid is actually working on a short film in which we're going to be talking more about it, but he's working on a short film to platform and amplify the voices of Black soldiers within a platoon that he was in that was overwhelmingly not only victims of racism, but discriminated against, and their actual voices have not been heard. And I think this is a great opportunity, especially because I'm going to let Solid have this actual conversation. What I want to do is start the kick fund. And when we do the kick fund, we're going to do $250, and all of that is going to be donated to Solid's initiative for the film that he's working on. So this is what happens from here. Lane, you have a fair shake. The only thing that you have to do is not antagonize the chat, be good faith, and provide resources. That's all you have to do. Chat, you guys know how we do it. This conversation, the actual kick fund starts from now moving forward. This is not based off of anything that has been said in the past. This is all based off of the information that we have moving forward. If you would like to add to the kick fund, if you would like to support, this is the Solid kick fund. And again, all this will go to the actual initiative for the short film that Solid, or the film that Solid is making to amplify the voices of the Black soldiers. You can do so by Cash App, PayPal, Venmo. Pay links in the link tree in the bio. Santana speaks for you. Sorry, YouTube. It has to go through the pay links. Go ahead and send that over. We're going to do $250. Lane, all you have to do is just not be insufferable. The chat will keep you, but it's going to be up to you and Solid now. Solid, floor is yours. You guys can move forward however.
W. All right. So my supporting claim to the original claim, white men coward, not victims, is that white men are being exploited. White men are being exploited by rich white men, and rather than fight them and get their money back, they choose to hold on to white supremacy as a consolation prize, and then cry. When they could actually be showing unity with Black people, Indigenous people, Asian people, and Pacific Islanders.
Okay, I'm not sure what you mean by fighting to get our money back. If we're talking about that, wouldn't that be, you want everyone to do that as a whole? Like I said, to begin this off with.
Oh, and patriarchy as well.
And like I said a few minutes ago, I was going to say, after Santana had pointed out, or had clarified that it was the scholarships also and that funding as well, and I didn't realize that was what he was saying at that point is, and then that teacher made a donation. She said something similar, which kind of cleared that up for me. I was actually going to concede, and I was going to say, I was going to ask you to inform me how you would proceed, to move forward to try and change things. But also, I think that
Solid, really quick. Sorry, I'm gonna step away just for a second for a bio, but I'll be listening, and we got super mods around, but you guys got it. I'll be back in like 2 seconds. Sorry, go ahead. I apologize for interrupting you, Lane. Go ahead.
No, you're good. But yeah, I'm just not. My whole notion to come up here is I don't get why we still have to like incentivize that I guess not incentivize, but just like it seems like it's the forefront of everybody's conversations is race, and it just doesn't seem to help. It seems to just pile on top of the problem. You know, I get that issues need to be talked about, but in certain ways and environments, it's just causing more of the same political violence and things of that nature.
Okay, my supplementary claim stands. It's true. Debunk my supplementary claim.
Your supplementary claim will restate it.
I win.
Okay, there we go. I mean, good debate, dude. So you just don't engage with anything. See, that's the whole point. Is
well, the
you guys incentivize all these things, and I respond. I even conceded to saying, I conceded after realizing that he was saying they also get less scholarships, which would lead to more.
Yeah, I don't care about the bloviating. Hey, do me a favor, man. You're either being dishonest or unintelligent. Which one is it?
Dishonest about what?
Yeah, you're addressing something even though you were told we were starting with a clean slate. You haven't addressed my argument. You didn't even listen to it, which is further proof. Which is further proof that you're here in bad faith. What I need you to do. Okay,
I responded. That was the first thing I responded to. I said that I don't know what you mean by white people are being exploited and we should fight back to get our money back. Well, shouldn't you too? Or shouldn't we all? That's what my response was. And then you're going to sit here and pretend like it wasn't.
Wonderful.
See?
How would one fight that?
Do what?
How would one fight that being exploited?
How would one fight being exploited?
Mm-hmm.
I'm not quite sure.
Do you think maybe they would have to talk about it?
Yeah, probably so, yeah.
Oh, okay.
But you said white men are being
But you said
exploited.
Talking about it sows division.
You said white men.
You gotta make up your mind.
You said white men.
Do you want us to fight it or do you want us to not fight it?
You said white men are being exploited.
They are.
By rich white men.
They are.
Okay, so what's your evidence for that? And then
the giant propaganda campaigns funded by Foster Fries.
So your opinion on propaganda? Your opinion on propaganda, that's it? That's your evidence? Oh.
The giant propaganda campaigns funded by Foster Fries, the Koch brothers, and the Mercers. PragerU is a great example. TPUSA is another great example.
TPUSA is an example.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So I'm just, that just seems like a claim you're making. Like, there's no evidence behind that. I can make a claim
too. Donors were. They fooled the shit out of you.
Yeah, what are you talking about? I'm not a supporter of TPUSA. First of all,
then why do you need evidence?
Because you're making a claim, you're making a positive claim, and you're with no evidence.
I just told you that the largest donor to TPUSA is Foster Fries.
Okay.
He's a rich white man.
Okay, what is it?
TPUSA pushes replacement theory.
And that's exploitation. How is that exploiting? What's the exploiting?
Talk. They push replacement theory. They push 1350. They push anti-black propaganda. They push pro-white propaganda. Do you feel like they sow division over at TPUSA?
Yeah, I would say anybody. I would say, I'm not lying either. I'm being genuine.
I didn't ask you about anybody. I asked you about TPUSA.
Yes, TPUSA included in anyone. Anybody that's doing these large political debates. Yes, I believe they are part of the division. Yes,
you're in a political debate right now.
I'm not a large political debater. Are you stupid?
So you have to be large in order to sow division,
dude. You're missing the point here, right? Like you're just intentionally being. You're being just willfully ignorant. Yeah.
No, I'm not.
Yeah, you are.
No, I'm not.
Okay. No, you're not. All right. What am I going to? Are we going to go? Yes, you are. No, you aren't. Yes, you are. Like, The fuck are we doing?
I think I can answer that. I think I can answer that. I literally what I think we're doing is
I said that they are part of the
I said I can answer that. I think what we're doing is we're hitting the wall in a situation where I think that there's a lot of feelings that have been hurt. I think there's a lot of factual information that's been shared and a lot of big feelings. And while sharing facts and feelings, the one thing that I think that all three of us, I'm pretty sure all three of us can agree on is facts don't give a fuck about your feelings. And Lane, while it seems like you have a lot of feelings, it seems like you have no facts. And since you have no facts and a lot of feelings, fuck your feelings and fuck this conversation.
Oh, man. I have one more question.
It was too late. Like literally, so I walked away, and then when I came back, it was already done. Like, and when I say it was already done, it was fucking done from the start. Like the first donation said it was done. So like that's where we are. But I will say, so the goal was 250, and we got a total of the goal was 250, and we got a total of $300.
Good Lord.
Yeah, exactly.
Y'all. I have my air horns. I'd play them right now.
I know that's right. Really quick, Solid. I want to give you the floor, and I want you not only to be able to like round up any additional thoughts that you have, but I would love for you to tell people really quickly about what we were just raising money for. Also, just FYI, I see there's people in the request. Make sure that if you are in the request, you are here for debates. You're not here to add to what the conversation was. You're not a friendly who thought that they could jump in and just, talk about the thing or whatever. Like, make sure that if you are in the request, you are here for some debates, because we're only looking for some debates. Solid, the floor is yours.
Hey, first of all, y'all, Santana, I appreciate y'all. I was 17 years old when I joined the United States Army, and by that time I had already faced physical violence from white supremacist organizations. My first time was 14 years old, you know what I mean? And I thought perhaps engaging in a life of valor and heroism would remove me from those conditions. So at the age of 17, I got my mothers to sign the papers to allow me to join the United States Army. While in the United States Army, I experienced all forms of racism, in insidious forms, overt forms. It was really bad. My time as a creator on the app has allowed me to get some of my story out. But there are like 20 other Black dudes from my unit, the 216th Infantry Division, that have not had their stories told. And so my goal is to tell their stories by centering their voices in a mini documentary called We Are Not All Green. We're not all green. The common sentiment in the Army is that we don't see race, we don't see color. We're all green, and that's just not the case. And so your donos to the Kick Fund are going to go into a GoFundMe dedicated to producing this project. It's gotten so serious, and you guys have looked out for me so well. I appreciate you so much. I even had to get my wife involved. She's the accountant. She's a CPA. So I'm like, hey, come on in here and do some of this accounting, baby. That's how I talk to her, because I'm weird. All right. The link is in my bio. And I appreciate anything you can donate. I will say, I do want to bring up the idea here. It's very important to me that the Chud the Builder was a man who ran the streets and antagonized Black people. He provoked Black people with the hopes of catching a body. And recently he pew-pewed himself trying to bring that goal to fruition. He ended up pew-pewing, he cheddar-bobbed himself, pew-pewing a Black man. And Cheddar Bob has over 200K in his GoFundMe. I want you to realize that you live in a world where people enjoy racism so much that they're willing to put their money behind it, right? Whether it be 200,000 people that put in $1 or one really wealthy man who put $200,000 into a racist vanity project. There are people who really believe in racism, and that is the world you live in. I also talk about how George Zimmerman was able to auction off the pew-pew that took the life of Trayvon Martin for $250,000. That's $250,000 spent on a racist novelty item. There is no way that somebody bought that pew-pew and it is further than 5 feet from a yastika right now. There is zero chance. People care so much about racism. And I'm asking you to care just as much about doing something to fight racism. I appreciate you, Santana. I'm going to go ahead and drop because I got to get back to work. All power to all the people. Except for Ralph.
W's in the chat for solid, guys. Also, if you take a look, the GoFundMe is in the link tree in my bio as well. So you can always go there, click that, and it's in my link tree. I tried to put it on the screen so you guys could see it. But you can always hit the link tree in my bio as well. I'm going to say thank you to the donos in just a couple of moments, but only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. I want to get someone up here, but please, please, please ensure that if you are in the request and you are here, please ensure that you are here for a debate. We're not talking friendly, so only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Hi, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background?
Yeah, I disagree with white men, cowards, and not victims.
Okay, all right, perfect. And do you want me to call you TikTok or do you want me to call you another name? Like I see EJ.
I mean, whatever. Do you want me to tell you my real name or?
No, I mean just whatever you want me to call you. Like
yeah, you can call me TikTok. It's fine.
Okay, all right. TikTok. TikTok. Can you give me just a few moments to say thank you to a couple of people, and then we'll get into it.
I bet.
All right, perfect. So these came in outside of the kick fund. Debbie's in the chat for Lamar for the $20 donation, saying you already know what time it is. I do Lamar. Debbie's in the chat for Lamar. Debbie's in the chat for Maggie for the $2 donation. They said, Lane, you're not listening to understand or have a thoughtful dialogue. You're letting your ego get in the way. How do you expect to understand if you don't listen? You should play this conversation back later. I hope he does. Debbie's in the chat for Ann, who sent a $1 donation saying, how do we start a kick fund? Literally, we got it done. Debbie's in the chat for Ann. And you got a little bit of echo. Do you have me on Bluetooth or anything like that?
No, maybe my sound's too high up. I turned it down. I thought I was echoing because I saw my mic moving when you were talking. So I turned it down. Is it better now? Here, try.
All right. Let's see here. Yeah, no, way better. Way better. Thank you.
I bet.
I'm going to say thank you to 3 more, and then we'll get into it. And that way we can actually I'll come back to all the rest of them. I don't want to take too long doing this. W's in the chat for Tess for the $25 donation, stand for solid. Love him and his mission, but also not to hear the Trump med student be so fragile. He said he wasn't a Trump supporter. W's in the chat for Roberta for the $10 who added for the kick. And W's in the chat. This is the one, like I said, as soon as I went to the bathroom and I came back, this was the first one that I saw. Holy fuck. Laura said, fuck this guy, and sent the whole 250 said kick, but let's run it up a little bit. I want Solid to get support for his project. I didn't even read this. I'm sorry. I just saw the 250 and put thank you up. Laura, I didn't. If I would have read that, I would have left it up. W's in the chat. Well, we got up to 300 at least, but W's in the chat for Laura. Guys, I'll read off the rest of them in just a moment. I want to make sure we can get into the debate, but W's in the chat for all the donos. If anyone else likes to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo. Pay links in the link tree in the bio. Santana speaks for you. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat and I will read that out. All right. So TikTok, you said you disagree with the premise of white men, cowards, not victims.
Yeah, I think that's kind of like racist, right?
No, but you can tell me why you think so.
I mean, you're talking about a whole group that you're stereotyping a whole group that they're this. Like, I mean, you can't do that to any race, you know? Like, that's kind of racist.
Okay. That's not how racism works. You know what's funny, TikTok? Like, this is literally how the last conversation started. Echo and all. Like, not even bullshitting you. The last guy that just left, I talked to him for like an hour or so, but he came in, he had an echo. Unlike you, he couldn't figure out how to fix his echo, but you did. But then, like he said the same thing to start off. I'll start here. Do you want to have me explain to you why I say that the comment, white men, cowards, not victims, or do you want to just go ahead and go into the claim of the racism?
I can start with my claim, or you can do whatever you feel more comfortable with.
Okay. How about a baseline to get an understanding of what you know? What's race?
Where you're from and like your identity, your culture.
Okay.
Your skin color.
No. Who created race?
Like what wasn't it like in like the 1500s or something like that? It was like by a king, right?
No, but I mean, at least you do know.
I'm pretty sure it was by the Spaniards, right?
No.
During the Spanish time?
No, Portuguese.
Or it was England. It was England. Right?
Portuguese. Kind of close. All right. Do you think that anyone can be racist?
Yeah.
Okay.
In the everyday definition, anybody can be racist.
Okay.
There's two definitions of racism.
Okay. Last thing, which I'll just add this on now because of what you just said. And this is a two-part question. Part one, are definitions descriptive or prescriptive? Descriptive or prescriptive?
I'd say it's descriptive. It describes like what it means.
Yep, absolutely. And with the definitions, how are definitions determined?
By people and how they interpret it?
Close, actually, super close. Definitions are just the way that we currently use words in society. Like, so it tells about how the word is being used. Okay, yeah. Cool. So the reason why I brought up the last part is because when you talk about like, by the definition, like, I think it's interesting. Like, I'm not rejecting any definitions, but I think that leaning on the definition of racism when it comes to the actual, not only empirical data that we can look at, but looking at the way that it actually exists within society, since race is a social construct, I think leaving it to a definition is like not doing what it actually is justice and understanding. So I'll just say that. So go ahead and do you want me to tell you why it's not racist, or do you want to try to expand a little bit more about why you think it is?
If you would like. I just think there's two types of racism: the everyday racism, like the definition for everyday racism, where anybody can be racist to anybody based on their skin color. And then there's a social
racism based on skin color.
There's a social society power, and that's where I don't think Black people can really be racist because they don't have any power. Like, say, like in like Congress or something, if a Black person is being prejudiced towards another race, that doesn't mean they're racist. They're just prejudiced, because in a social contract of like power and stuff, it equals prejudice plus, what is it? Like prejudice plus equals racism. What is it? Prejudice plus, do you know the other word? It's prejudice, and then it's that, and then that equal, or it's prejudice plus power or something equals racism. And that's why, like, I really don't think Black people can be like, or like any race that's a minority can be racist in that way of like a social power norm, like Congress. Like, there can't be somebody that's in a minority can't be racist. And it's like if Obama was, because Obama was surrounded by a bunch of white people, he can't really, like, he can be prejudiced towards somebody, but he can't be racist. But like, to say that if a white person and a Black person had both like everyday life, both have the same amount of power, yes, they can be racist because it's power plus prejudice equals racism. That's really what I think.
Okay.
Like, so everyday life, people can be racist. And then I think like in a power sense, I don't think minorities can really be racist, but that's racist for sure. Because it's like everyday life. You're just saying like every white person, in my opinion.
Okay. You said a lot, but let's take like a whole step back. You said by the definition, like everyday racism. Would you accept the definition from Merriam-Webster? Not Webster. Merriam-Webster, as far as the definition for racism?
I don't know that definition by her.
No, I was going to read
if you
it
want
off.
to explain it.
No, I was going to read it off. I'm just saying,
Okay.
Would you accept Merriam-Webster?
Well, I'd have to hear it first and like see the background of what she's trying to say and who she is. But yeah.
No. Merriam-Webster is an actual dictionary. It's not a person.
Oh, okay. How that then? Okay,
Like there's a couple of different dictionaries, and Merriam-Webster is like.
Yeah, I've never heard of that dictionary, but yeah, okay.
Okay.
I'll hear it.
Merriam-Webster defines racism as behavior or attitude that reflects and fosters this belief, discrimination, prejudice, or violence against people because of their race.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Okay. And so you are saying that everyday racism is based off of the ability to have discrimination, prejudice, or violence against people because of their race.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. You parroted prejudice and the like back and forth of the two different things, which I think is like what this entire thing hinges on. So the question I have, and it's funny, they even have this highlighted in blue. Do you know what prejudice means?
Treating a race based off their skin color, like not liking them based off their skin color and who they are because of what they look like on the outside.
Yeah, close, absolutely close. I will say this, TikTok, you're a little bit more impressive than most because like you're not coming up here like not knowing things. It seems like you're close to knowing some stuff, but you're just missing a couple of pieces. So I will commend you on that.
I appreciate that.
Yeah, absolutely. So prejudice is defined as an irrational attitude of hostility directed against an individual, a group, a race, or their supposed characteristics. Right?
Yeah.
So an irrational attitude, right? It also has a secondary level that helps give more context. It says, and it's an adverse opinion or leaning formed without just grounds or before sufficient knowledge.
Yeah,
Right?
yeah, I'd say that. Yeah.
Okay. So, question for you. Do you think that Black people can be prejudiced, understanding the level of explanation that we just kind of talked through? Do you think that Black people can be prejudiced towards white people based off of their race?
Yeah, but that's what I was getting into. Like when it's everyday life, you kind of take out the equation of power. So it's really, if you're prejudiced, you're going to be that's racism.
Right.
You know what I mean?
I'm saying is, do you think that Black people can be prejudiced towards white people?
Yeah, any race can, yeah.
Okay. So in order to have that prejudice, right, you have to have an adverse opinion or leaning formed without just grounds or before sufficient knowledge, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you think that Black people have just grounds or informed knowledge when it comes to the history of what white people have done to marginalize Black people, and also how that marginalization continues to persist today in those systems that you mentioned?
Well, I feel like you could say that for any race, though, don't you think? Like, there's I feel like every race.
I would like to kind of talk about what we're talking about, though.
Yeah, like, I mean, they can, because, like, I mean, at the end of the day, like, there is different times. Like,
Well,
white people, white Americans.
I promise you, we'll get to like the inverse as well. But I want to stick right here where we are. I want us to be where our feet are. So, do you think that Black people base their opinions off of white people off of not being informed or having just grounds?
I feel like a little bit of both, right?
Okay. So you think that since the creation of race and the way that the white people created race in order to disenfranchise non-white people, to create a hierarchy, as Solid would say, to like have a working class, a free and cheap labor class based off of the superficial phenotypical characteristics, and how that has continued to persist since the creation of race, whether we talk about like chattel slavery, whether we talk about like the slavery here within the Americas, whether we talk about like the end of slavery, reclamation, Jim Crow, like segregation, all this other stuff. And this is just within the United States. If you talk about like the Atlantic slave trade and the way that it was done across the globe, or even if you take a look at like the Berlin Conference, where white countries split up the entire country of Africa, like all of these things, you think that none of those things play an actual factor into the way that Black people perceive white people today?
Yeah, that's why I said both. Like, I think there are some people that base it off of stuff that happened in the past, but I also think there's some stuff that are based off of just like thinking it, not even like thinking of like making an assumption of the past and this is how white people are now. You know what I mean? That's why.
Right, but if society actually presents itself in this way and has continued to perpetuate the harm to Black people based off of the structure of race, then how are they making an assumption without knowledge? Example, meaning if white people are afforded white privilege and Black people are disenfranchised by white privilege, and they can see the difference in not having white privilege, then wouldn't that be enough to have some type of discrepancy towards them?
Yeah, but I don't think it should be all of the discrepancy. Like, if you think about it, if you only think about like, oh well, this outlier right here did this and he passed this, and they got rid of like something like DEI like recently, like for job interviews. DEI. I thought it was just DEI.
Yeah, I mean, DEI is a racist dog whistle. They leave off the A, which is accessibility, so they can invalidate what DEIA actually is. But all good. Keep going.
But that's why I said there's everyday racism, and that's called racism. And then like Black people can't be racist in like a power standpoint, because most of the time the higher ups and like people and the CEOs are most of the time white. Like, I don't know the percentage, but I know Black people are definitely at a lower percentage than white people. And then once you get into like white women, it's lower than men in general. And then Black women, it's even lower. But that's what I'm saying though. Like, every day, it can be racism, because you shouldn't base the assumption off of what's happening in the world to have this feeling towards a race. Because it's like if I could explain it in a way. This isn't me deflecting. This is me talking about the same point, but in just a different sense. This is how I think about it. Okay, what's happening in Hamas right now, like, is obviously really bad, but we shouldn't hate Jews just for it. We should hate Jewish the state people. Of Israel. Yeah. Jewish people. We shouldn't hate Jewish people. And you see people making an assumption based off of what's happened in the last years. That's racism. You know what I mean? Because you're basing on somebody that has no power at all, and you're basing it off of, oh, well, the state of Israel, Netanyahu did this, so this is all Jewish people. You know, that's why I said there's two. So, like, when you say white men, like, I think that's racist, because you're looking at the outliers and you're looking at the top people that are making the decisions, and you're basing off of people that have no power. Because, like, even if say somebody makes $200K, they still don't have like power in a sense. They're working class people. You know what I mean? So That's why I said, like, yeah, they can be racist in my opinion. And that's kind of like me explaining it. If you think I didn't explain it well, you can comment on it.
Yeah, no, all good. So question for you. Do you think that it's always been that case? Like, do you think that there's always been an instance where racism could actually exist? Like, there's never a point where there couldn't be individual racism?
Wait, say it again?
Do you think that there's like how, like individual racism, do you think that's always been a thing?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. All right. Perfect. So if individual racism has always been a thing, can you give me an example of how slaves could have been racist towards their slave owners?
I mean, yeah, like, I mean, they see what's happened to their people, so they obviously would feel a type of way about all white people. I could see that.
Do you want to try that again? I'm a little bit confused.
I was just saying, because you said, like, give an example of like how that could happen with slave. Did you say slave owners or the slaves?
Yeah, give me an example of how slaves could have been racist towards their slave owners.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, when you see what's happening and what they're doing to themselves, like, I mean, what they're doing to those people and you as an individual, like, obviously you're going to feel a way about all types of people that are doing this, but not all. You would, like, an example would be if a white person shows you kindness when you're a slave, like, you're going to, like, say, oh, okay, they're nice, because it's happened before, you know, like when, like, the Jewish people were going through a genocide, people that were non-Jewish were helping them get in bunkers and stay away from the Germans.
I would really like to stick to like chattel slavery and what we're talking about as far as slavery within the Americas. And I'm going to try one more time, right? Slave owners in the Americas during chattel slavery prior to Juneteenth, where slaves were in chain, they were beaten, they were bred, they were property.
No, that's why I said, like, you're going to hate somebody that's
No, I'm going to finish my sentence, though, and maybe
okay, sorry, my bad.
Help contextualize what I'm saying.
Okay.
They were, in every way, shape, and form, less than, and had no power, had no bodily autonomy, no rights to self, had no freedom, had no free will. How could those people that were enslaved be racist towards their actual slave owners? How could they inflict racism?
Yeah, they couldn't.
Okay.
But they could be racist to, say, somebody that was white that's not a slave owner, say they gained their freedom, say like they were a slave owner, then once slavery got abolished and they became free people, say there was a white person that was genuinely trying to help them on the street.
What was my original question?
Yeah, how would they feel? But I already kind of answered that. Like they wouldn't.
I said the original question was, has this always been the way that it was? When I talked about, like, I said, has it always, individual racism, the one that you're bringing up, has it always been a thing? Has it always been something that's, a thing? And you said yes. And so that's when I said,
but not like every context. Like in that context, no. Like I don't think
so. Individual racism has not always been a thing.
But I mean, at that time, there still could be, like, white people could be individually racist. Can you to free black?
No. Again, like I'm trying to, like I'm trying to understand this. If you're saying that it's always been that way, and I'm willing to accept that, right? Can you tell me, when could a slave have been racist towards their slave owner in that actual situation?
Yeah, but they couldn't. But not every black person was a slave, right?
I didn't say that. That wasn't the question. I'm not looking for, like, I'm not looking for exceptions.
But I thought you were trying to say that, like, individual racism, there's times where it's never been a thing, but like even at that
Right.
time,
I mean, because what I'm saying though is that if it was a thing, then wouldn't it have the ability to exist within that structure? You should be able to give me an example of how slaves could have been racist to their slave owners.
I mean, I really don't think if you're a slave and you're getting beaten every day, like I don't think you can really be individually racist. I think you get a pass for that. Like, I mean, I feel like you could hate every white person for the rest of your life. Like, it's a horrible thing.
Really? Okay, cool. So let's take those people that were those people that were in slavery and taken out of slavery, right? Or not taken out of slavery, that, you know, fought for their freedom and took their freedom. A question for you. Do you know what Juneteenth is?
Yeah, it's when Juneteenth is Black History Month, though, right?
Mm-mm.
Like it's during Black History Month or something.
Mm-mm.
I'm not very familiar with I know Juneteenth. I know it's like celebrated for Black people and like their rights of freedom, or is it the right to vote? It's something like that, right? They got some type of freedom on Juneteenth.
Yeah, freedom. Black people free themselves, and that's the period where Black people were actually free. I'm going to assume that you don't know when that was. Is that an accurate statement?
Well, I'd have to. Slaves got freed, and let me think. World War I, they didn't have their freedom. I don't think did they have
when
it
was
in
World War
II?
I?
Huh?
When was World War I?
1920. Around that time, 1920.
So do you think Black people were still slaves in 1920?
Or it was like 1930, wasn't it? Or was that World War II?
It doesn't matter. Do you think Black people were still slaves in the 1920s?
Yeah.
Okay. My fraternity.
It was like 1960, right? 1964?
You think Black people were still slaves in 1964?
No, I said that's when they gained their freedom, or 1950, 1960. Like, I know 1960, around that time is when
did Black people stop being slaves?
Well, okay, I guess I should reinterpret what I meant, like when they gained like complete freedom and like,
No, that's not the question. The question is now, when did Black people stop being slaves? Let me make it way more simple. When did Black people stop being slaves?
I'd say after World War II, so like 1940.
So up until 1940, Black people were slaves.
Yeah, I think so. I'm pretty sure, because I remember like learning about World War II, and like Black people were like treated like badly in World War II. Like they would fight for America, but they were treated worse. And like really bad.
No.
I haven't learned about, like, I'm in college, so like I haven't learned about, like, I haven't had a history class in like since like my sophomore year of high school.
Hey, do you think that if you don't even know like that Black people weren't slaves in the 1920s, 1930s, that like maybe the topic of like racism isn't your strong point, and you would like want to take a step back and do a little more studying?
I feel like you can still talk about like stuff that's happening today, because this is like when I was born. But I mean, I know that they gained like a lot, like every right that they could get in like 1960s.
1865, June 19th. That's why it's Juneteenth. June 19th, 1865. That's
crazy, because that's crazy that I didn't know that, because it's like, that's like how long Black people have been mistreated, even like after slavery was abolished, like from the 1900s to early 2000, they were really treated really bad, you know? And that's
they're still treated really bad today.
No, but I feel like there's a lot of change that has happened.
There's not.
Like,
it's just different.
Like especially like in my generation, different. Gen Z.
It's not. It's just different.
No, but
it's just different.
Why do you say that?
Because it's not, it's just different. But I'm going to finish this part. So,
Okay, yeah.
1865, right? That was 161 years ago, right? Or not even, it's 160 years ago. In June of this, or so next month, it'll be 161 years, right? If you had to take a guess, who do you think the oldest Black person alive in the U.S. is?
Like their name or just how old they are? So I mean, I'd say
their age.
Yeah, I'd probably say like maybe like 96, 97, maybe 100.
Okay. The oldest Black person alive in the U.S. right now is Naomi Washington Whitehead, who was born on September the 26th, 1910. She is 115 years old.
No way, really?
She
That's
currently
crazy.
She currently lives in Greenville, Pennsylvania.
115. I got to get like her. I mean, she got to drop the method for real. 115 is crazy. I hope I live to 115.
Black don't crack unless you do it, but that's besides the point.
That's funny.
So, 160 years ago, Black people got their freedom. The oldest Black person alive is 115 years old. The difference between the oldest Black person alive and when slavery ended is 45 years. Do you believe that when Miss Whitehead was born and lived, that she had family that was alive that were slaves?
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. Or someone said, is the mathing? Yeah, the math is mathing. What are you talking about? 160 minus 115 is 45. Anyway.
Wait, 116 minus what?
160, not 116, 160.
Oh, sorry. I have my
it might be because
down low, so sometimes hard to hear you.
It might be the fact that I'm congested, and so people might not have heard what I was saying.
I understand.
So, born in 19. Yeah, I did. Born in 19. Well, God damn it! I'm gonna stop talking to the comment section. Yes, she was born in September the 26th, 1910.
I didn't even know somebody could live that long.
Yeah, I'm going to stop getting sidetracked and I'm going to finish the point. Like I said, 45 years. So you said that if people were actually alive during slavery, then they should have the ability to hate white people for the rest of their lives because they went through slavery, right?
I don't know.
That's
like,
what you said.
I didn't know somebody. I didn't know somebody could. Yeah, I know I said that, but like,
yeah,
I don't
but now
know,
you're
like,
walking in the back because you're understanding like the gravity of what you said, right?
Yeah, I feel like now, like.
So wait,
I don't know.
you're now pivoting. Now you're pivoting. Wait, now you're pivoting. No. Now you're pivoting and changing your position because you realize like the grave mistake that you've made.
I mean, I honestly, somebody that had to deal with that because she still had to deal with a lot of racism. Like, bro, you should see the videos. So honestly, like people saying they didn't want them in the schools because they were Black. Like, I understand why she might have a understanding of like white people that way. So I mean, yeah, I still agree with that.
Okay,
I think there could be some nuance to it, but
yeah, sure, nuance, sure. All right. So if we understand that Miss Whitehead was alive when freed slaves were alive, and not only her, but other Black people that were her age and actually went on, had families, did all this other stuff, right? They interacted with slaves, right? People that were born slaves and gained their freedom, and Black people that were born free but under reclamation. We understand that, right?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
perfect.
100%.
And so since there were people that were born slaves and were engaging with people that were born free, not only did they intermingle, they married, they started families, they shared life experiences, they shared material realities, they went through reclamation together. The history of slavery that was ingrained through their lived experience and the knowledge was shared and passed down from those people. Even if you were someone like Miss Whitehead that was born free, but had family that was born slaves, it would be fair to say that she had a great understanding of what slavery was and the dangers that white people had actually presented to black people, not only due to chattel slavery, but due to the fact that they were living through reclamation. Would that be a fair statement?
Yeah, I think also she had to deal with racism even after it ended. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
like
yeah.
really, like I'm talking like extreme racism. Like, you see like what happened in like the 1900s.
Yeah. We're gonna talk about
I would
that.
say like 2000s it started improving a lot.
Sure.
And then now I feel like it's improved so much.
Sure, we're gonna talk about that. When we talk about Miss Whitehead, her being 115 years old, you already called out like, world wars and all this other stuff. Black people were treated badly, blah, 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 blah. And you kind of hinted at this when, under the guise of like the Constitution and the laws within the United States, when were black people truly considered like equal within society?
Like 1964, 1960, around that time.
1965, with the passing of the 1965 Civil Rights Act, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
And even after that, they still, you saw it because then they were, some black kids were allowed to go to the white schools and the white people, like I saw videos of it, like them saying like, so like even then, but yeah. So yeah, I'd say it was still went on.
Yeah, 1965 Civil Rights Act.
Yeah.
So that was 61 years ago, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Perfect. With the passing of the 1965 Civil Rights Act, that was 61 years ago, right? Or just about 60, because I got to see when I'm sure we haven't met the marker. So we'll say 60 years ago, right? So that would mean that when the Civil Rights Act was passed, Miss Whitehead was 55 years old.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm 39. My mom, and when the 1965 Civil Rights Act passed, she was already 8 years old.
Yeah.
So my mother was born before black people were considered equals within society.
Yeah, that's crazy. That's sad.
So if Miss Whitehead was 55 at that time and people like her were 55 at that time, in their late 50s, going into their 60s, and people like my mother were in their like early to maybe teenage years, do you think that they had an opportunity to meet and spend time and be with people and learn from people like Miss Whitehead? Do you think that like people around my mother's age got to experience firsthand and gain like that firsthand knowledge and history of not only being alive when actual freed slaves were alive, but going through reclamation, going through Jim Crow, and heading 100%. Into segregation and all? Okay, cool. So they had the historical knowledge and the understanding and the actual gravity of understanding what black people had been put through from chattel slavery all the way up to the 1965 Civil Rights Act, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So with that being said, those people pass the information on, and then they move forward, and you've already said, well, people that were slaves had the right to hate white people for the rest of their lives because they dealt with slavery. And then when we brought up Miss Whitehead, you said, you know what? Yeah, like she's someone that had to deal with a multitude of racist issues and all this other stuff. And like, she is absolutely valid in like hating white people as well because of everything that she went through. And then I talked about people like my mother. Now, again, my mother was 8 at the time. Bringing up the Civil Rights Act, do you know who signed the Civil Rights Act into power?
Kennedy, right?
No, it was Lyndon Baines Johnson.
Oh yeah,
Okay. Lyndon Baines Johnson signed the Civil Rights Act into power. And when Lyndon Baines Johnson signed the Civil Rights Act into power, he was very adamant on one thing, right? Making sure that white people understood their position in power and what their strength is. This is a direct quote from Lyndon B. Johnson. If you can convince the lowest white man that he's better than the best colored man, he won't notice you're picking his pocket. Hell, give him somebody to look down on and he'll empty his pockets for you. What do you think that means?
Wait, let me, if you, basically saying that he thinks so. If you let the common folks think they're better than colored people, they won't care about the strongest white people in power, and they'll not think about that. Is that kind of the sense he's trying to say?
Yep, as long as you give white people the premise that they're
Somebody
better than someone, they won't understand that they're disenfranchised. And even more so, like if you specifically give them someone to hate, then they will actually not notice that you're taking everything from them.
I didn't mean to say like colored people.
I know. That's why I didn't say. That's why I didn't say anything about it, because it literally says colored man on the screen, and so you were responding to that. That's the only reason I didn't say anything about it. Okay, perfect. So this happened under Lyndon Baines Johnson, the actual president that signed the Civil Rights Act into law. So would it be fair to say that even while he signed the Civil Rights Act into law, he had an open disdain towards black people?
Yeah, he was kind of forced to sign it, right? Like I know at that time, like a lot of people were like, there's a lot of movements making him have to sign it. So he was just trying to, I mean, I obviously think he's racist, but he was definitely forced to sign it.
Yeah.
I never liked Lyndon B. Johnson. I always heard he was like a crook. Like when people talked about all the presidents, like he wasn't that good of a president. That's what I've heard.
Lyndon B. Johnson was a blatant racist. He was like insanely harmful. There was a lot to it, but so it would be fair to say, like in the 1960s, even after passing the 1965 Civil Rights Act, black people were still overwhelmingly disenfranchised and like massively harmed, while also having the historical context of like people like my mother living in, around, with, and actually interacting with people like Miss Whitehead, who was alive when freed slaves were alive. That would be a fair statement, right?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Now, 1965, that's when it was signed. This one's going to be a little tough, chat. I'm going to say this. I need everybody in the comment section to lock in for me. Can we knock out the donuts? Can we tap the screen? Let's go ahead and immediately get the likes up to 500,000 likes. If we can knock out the donuts, and then you can send any type of gifts. If you can comment, I need everyone to do their part, because this next part is going to be hard. It's gonna hit the ear hard, and we got to make sure that we protect the live. So I need everyone locked in and absolutely focus for me on this one, because this is going to hit the ear hard, and it's also going to be something that we need to make sure we protect alive. As a matter of fact, let me run through these thank yous really quickly to get these out of the way as well. W's in the chat for Joel, who sent a $20 YouTube super chat. I, for one, am ready to go all out for the Keisha Lance Bottoms for Georgia governor. Dems had more total votes than Republicans in the primary election, and she proved that she has the coalition that is strong. Let's elect KLB. Yeah, I mean, like, I advocate for more black women in power for sure. Like, let's fucking go. More black women in power for sure. These came from earlier with the donos for the Kick Fund. W's in chat for Melissa for the 5. Who said peace out. W's in the chat for Zach for the 20, who said kick fun for Lane. W's in the chat for Rebecca, who sent 10 for kick fun. This came afterwards. W's in the chat for Roxy for the 1. I appreciate the hell out of you. Thank you for that. W's in the chat for Johnson Tittles for the $3 donation, saying, what's up, Santana? Just saying black people were prejudiced towards white people is like saying zebras are prejudiced towards lions. Based on history, zebras have a reasonable aversion towards lions. I completely agree. W's in the chat for Cousin Jesse. What up, Cousin Jesse? Who sent a $5 donation, said, Cousin, why is TikTok babbling? My guy just saying, you don't know or nothing comes to your mind. You're making yourself look really foolish right now. Yeah, I think that, there's something to be said about that, but, hopefully we can go from there. That was in the chat for Vicky, who sent a $5 donation saying, I don't care. Hey, that was in the chat for Molly for the Galaxy. Thank you so much. I don't care about him. I don't care about him. I wish it was more. Vicky, thank you so much for the 5. Like, that's absolutely kind enough, and I appreciate the hell out of you. Thank you. That was in the chat for Jeffrey for the $1 donation saying, oh, this hurts my heart. Yeah, but we got to do it. That was in the chat for Jeffrey as well. Guys, if anyone else likes to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, pay links in the link tree in the bio. Santana Speaks for You. Santana Speaks for You is the best way to support the live. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat, and I will read that out. Again, guys, keep tapping the screen, share the live, send your daily heart me, repost the live, do all the wonderful things. I gave everybody enough time to lock in, and so we're going to put this on the screen, and I'm going to read this off. Again, it's going to hit the ear really hard, and it's going to be really uncomfortable, but I need everyone to lock in with me and just be prepared. All right, TikTok, are you ready?
Yeah.
Okay. Have you ever heard of the Southern Strategy?
Wait, wasn't the Southern Strategy to like get black people on your side to get their vote, right? So that they could win the election? Wasn't that what it was? Or was it the opposite way?
The Southern Strategy was the ideology swapped of the Democratic Party versus the Republican Party.
Oh, you're talking about the Democratic Party switch and Republican Party
the Southern
switch?
Strategy. It's ideology, not
I didn't know that's how it was referred to.
Yeah. So a famous politician in 1981 by the name of Lee Atwater gave an interview talking about the Southern Strategy and how people had to combat the Southern Strategy. Okay. And so Lee Atwater,
I think I've heard of this. Didn't he make like an Atwater bill or something? The Atwater bill? It was something called that, right? Water bill.
Yeah, let's stay here. Let's stay here 1 second. So Lee Atwater, while giving an interview talking about the Southern Strategy, gave more information around how you can continue to actually get through everything. And I'm going to read this off. So guys, again, keep tapping the screen. Crazy. Keep tapping the screen, share the live, send heart me's, all this other stuff.
He said that?
I'm going to read this off. I'm going to read this off. You start off in 1954 by saying nigger, nigger, nigger. By 1968, you can't say nigger. That hurts you, backfires. You say stuff like forced busing, states' right, and all that stuff, and you're getting so abstract. Now you're talking about cutting taxes, and all these things you're talking about are totally economic things, and a byproduct of them is Black people get hurt worse than whites. We want to cut this. It's much more abstract than even using the busing thing. And it's a hell of a lot more abstract than nigger. So that was Lee Atwater giving the interview and speaking to how, while the Southern strategy happened, this is how the Republican Party could actually fight against equality and equity. This was in 1981, right? We've already established that at that time my mother was alive. We talked about the 1965 Civil Rights Act. We talked about the Southern strategy and how Lee Atwater perpetuated this in 1981. I was born in 1987, 6 years after Lee Atwater gave that interview, right? And if you listen to the conversations that are held by Republicans today, they harp on states' rights.
Yeah.
Right, TikTok? I mean, that's the big thing. States' rights, states' rights.
Yeah.
States' rights they literally champion states' rights as a racist dog whistle to
I know it's for
perpetuate
taxes
it.
and abortion. Is there anything else that's for
There's a
states'
multitude
rights?
of things. There's a multitude of things that they claim it, but it's all just a racist dog whistle to cover up what the real intentions are. And that's
what
the
racist
intentions
things? What racist? Sorry, you can go. I have a question though after. My bad. Sorry. My bad. I didn't mean to cut you off. My bad. Sorry.
Now you're talking about cutting taxes, and all of these things you're talking about are totally economic things, and a byproduct of them is blacks get hurt worse than whites. That's the racist thing. By perpetuating the idea of states' rights and taxes and all this other stuff, black people are overwhelmingly negatively impacted more than white people. So that's what I was talking about. But
wait,
that was
how?
in 19-
Like you're talking about now though, like with taxes, or you're saying like back then they had like a tax policy where it was like black people got taxed more or something? Is that what you're saying?
You know what
you're saying like the buses, like black people took more buses and it cost more, so like that was like kind of a shot at them for racism. Is that what you're saying? I'm just confused a little bit because I wasn't born at that time, so I don't know. My parents were though.
I'm talking about the fact that like whenever society is disenfranchised, you can talk about like black people being disenfranchised, but even more than black people being disenfranchised, you talk about the fact that, you can talk about people being disenfranchised, but black people are more disenfranchised. So when you do things that negatively impact people, the people that have less access get hurt worse.
See, I get what you're saying now then. Yeah, because like, no, I 100% get what you're saying. That makes sense now. I was right, but I just didn't get it at first.
And so this was in 1981. I was born in 1987. So this happened 6 years prior to me being born. But you know who was alive in 1981 and who heard all of those things, and not only heard all of those things, but learned directly from Lee Atwater?
You're going to say Donald Trump maybe? Or you're
close. Steve Bannon. You know who Steve Bannon is?
Isn't he like a billionaire?
No. Steve Bannon was in the first Trump administration. He is a Republican figure that has been a part of the Republican Party forever, and who is someone that not only directly influenced policy for Donald Trump, but he's a close personal confidant. And he's also the asshat that keeps running around saying that Donald Trump is going to be running for president in 2028 because the country needs him.
That's crazy. I don't think Donald Trump could do that though. If he can, that's crazy. But I don't think that would actually happen. They're just talking. They just like to talk a lot.
It's against the United States Constitution, but it's against the United States.
It would never happen. A United States would get abolished if that happened. Like it would be an uprising. Like it could never happen. There's just no way. I'd say for the Republican Party.
I'm going to finish my sentence, okay?
Yeah.
It's against the United States Constitution But while it is against the United States Constitution, it does not mean that it's not something that they are going to try to do or something that can't, quote unquote, happen, because we understand that this Trump administration has blatantly disregarded the Constitution. They've infringed on the Constitution. They've looked to break the Constitution. And even as of, was it yesterday or the day before, they openly railed against the United States Constitution while creating the slush fund that allocated $1.776 billion to the people that were actually engaging in an insurrection against the United States of America. So sitting here and saying, well, you know, they're joking, or they're not really going to try it, or any of those other things, I think it would be one, foolish to believe that they're not going to try it, because like they've been very open, clear, and adamant that not only are they willing to quote unquote try these things, but even while talking about the things that they're willing to try, that they are not afraid of breaking the law. They know that the things that they're doing is illegal, but while understanding the things that they're doing is illegal, they try to find loopholes to actually get around those illegal things. And two, I believe people when they take the mask off and they show you who they are. So for us to pretend like there's not something, there's something. I want you to hear this really quickly.
Oh, yeah. Well, he's going to get a third term. So Trump 28, Trump is going to be president in 28, and people just ought to get accommodated with that.
So what about the 22nd Amendment?
There's many different alternatives. At the appropriate time, we'll lay out what the plan is, but there's a plan, and President Trump will be the president in 28. We had longer odds in 16 and longer odds in 24 than we got in 28. And President Trump will be the president of the United States, and the country needs him to be president of the United States. We have to finish what we started. And the way we finish it through Trump is a vehicle. I know this will drive you guys crazy, but he's a vehicle of divine providence. He's an instrument. He's very imperfect. He's not churchy, not particularly religious, but he's an instrument of divine will. And you can tell this of how he's pulled this off. We need him for at least one more term, right? And he'll get that in 28.
You're not driving me crazy. I'm really I'm trying to understand the coherence of the things you've just told me in the last few minutes. On the one hand, you've said the Constitution is fit for purpose. Secondly, you've said that President Trump needs another term, even though the 22nd Amendment makes pretty clear that he cannot have another term.
Why does it make that clear?
Because he's on his second term already.
At some point in time, we will make sure we go through Zanny and define all those terms.
But even if you find a way to undermine you will be undermining the spirit of that amendment, even if you find some way around it. And to those
if the American people, with the mechanisms that we have, put Trump back in office, are the American people tearing up the Constitution? Would that be tearing up? Would the American people be going against the spirit of the Constitution, ma'am?
I think yes, actually, because I think what you will end up with is a populist justification for a quasi-dictatorship.
That's not true at all.
That's what it sounds like.
It's not. Trump is a dictatorship. Did you just see the compromises he had to make on the big, beautiful bill? You see the compromises he has to do on everything, on accommodating Zelensky, on what President Trump is nothing but a series of negotiations to kind of keep this thing rolling forward, where he's having trade-offs all the time.
Steve, you've just spent the last 20 minutes telling me we have to smash the other side. There's no room for debate. There's no room for compromise. We must smash them. And now you're telling me this is a negotiation. I mean, that's
no.
I guess that's why
on his policy. First off, the only way President Trump wins in 2028 and continues to stay in office is by the will of the American people, okay? And the will of the American people is what the Constitution embodies. And so I think we're going to be in good hands there. We need to finish what we started. And President Trump is the instrument, a providential instrument to finish this job.
Okay, so TikTok, just to kind of recap, that was Steve Bannon, right? Steve Bannon, who worked in the first Trump administration, who is a staunch ally of Donald Trump. who's advocating for a third term for Donald Trump. But let's not forget that Steve Bannon is the person that directly learned from Lee Atwater, right? And if you remember Lee Atwater, right here, right? But then
he's a bad man. I've heard about him, Lee
Sure.
Atwater. The gold water
Yep.
bill. I remember
Yeah.
when they passed it. Or I don't
But-
remember personally, but
when you talk
Heard
about
about
when Lee Atwater made these comments versus when Lyndon B. Johnson made these comments, it was a turnaround of less than 20 years, right? The Lyndon Baines Johnson said this prior to the signing of the 1965 Civil Rights Act. And then in 1981, Lee Atwater said this, right? But then we talk about the actual connection of in 1965, like my mother was 8 and people like Miss Whitehead, who is the oldest person alive, was 55. And so there was intersection between that generation of people where the people who had been alive when freed slaves were alive versus the people of like my mother's generation were alive who got to see not only meet people that were born slaves, but got to see when Black people were technically considered full-fledged citizens. But then again, we talk about Ms. Whitehead, who is currently 115 years old. And she was, when slavery ended, there was a 60-year difference. I'm sorry, there's a 45-year difference from when she was born to when slavery was ended. So, you know, she actually met those slaves. And you talked about the persistent and consistent right for people, Black people that went through slavery to hate those people for the rest of their lives. And you talked about people like Miss Whitehead should be able to hate those people for the rest of their lives. We talked about like the way that Black people have been disenfranchised, even for like my mother's generation. But we just connected the fact that the racist people like Lee Atwater that perpetuated this ideology that is still used today with states' rights and taxes and all this other stuff, literally taught Steve Bannon, who we listened to speak, who is advocating for Donald Trump to have a third term because he worked for Donald Trump and he believes in Donald Trump. The point that I'm trying to make is when you connect all those dots and you look at the through line, the idea that, you know, racism, segregation, slavery, all of this shit is just like in a distant past. No, it's all intertwined. It's all connected. And the remnants of slavery still exist today. And I'm not just talking about in the perpetuation of people like Steve Bannon, who is advocating for Donald Trump and the Republican Party, but I'm also talking about generational trauma. The fact that Black people today genetically have generational trauma that was created during slavery, and it exists within Black people today. Like literally, it's been scientifically proven that generational trauma is a real thing. But even when you talk outside of generational trauma, you talk about like pseudosciences, where during slavery, Black people were tested on, and they said, well, Black people feel less pain than white people, and they have less nerve endings. So the slave owners could beat their slaves and not feel bad about it because they felt less pain. And that was actually passed down through medical teachings to today, where the ideology is that Black people feel less pain. And so Black people are on average or prescribed less pain medication than their white counterparts, because people within the medical field think that Black people lie about their actual pain. And so when they say they're in pain, they don't receive that type of medication because they're thinking that they just want the drugs, or that doctors do things like say have surgery and cut Black people open like me while telling me that I'm getting a laparoscopic surgery, and I go under thinking that I'm going to have small incisions, but I wake up with an entire slit from the bottom of my chest, the bottom of the top of my chest, all the way down to my navel, and being told by an old white Southern doctor the reason why he had to completely cut me open is because my skin was too thick. Or you talk about the fact that there are pulse oximeters that are used to actually check the oxygen level in people to make sure that patients can actually breathe, but yet the pulse oximeters don't work on black people effectively on black people because of the amount of melanin in their skin. And even though it's a known issue within the medical society, they haven't changed it because it only affects black people. Or when you talk about the infant mortality rate and the fact that black babies are more likely to die, they have an increased chance of death as infants, as being born, unless they have a black doctor. Having a black doctor gives them the same survival rating where it drops off with any other race of doctor versus white babies. No matter what race of their doctor, they have the same infant mortality rate, meaning that no matter who their doctor is, white babies are more likely to survive than black babies. Or you can talk about the fact that black women have a higher mortality rate during childbirth because they don't receive the same type of treatment. And even when you talk about the billionaires like Serena Williams or Beyonce, they still are at risk of losing their lives, which both of them were at risk of losing their lives during childbirth, right? So I say all that to say, when we talk about the actual, personal racism and all this other stuff, there's no personal racism. There is history of racism from the inception of race being created to the way that it exists in society today, the way that it actually went from generations to generations to generations, and how it actually existed and how that information was passed down and handed to from our ancestors to us today. The idea that, individual racism, all this, it's not a thing. It's not a thing. And black people who have a prejudice against white people, whether they fully understand it or not, they have absolutely valid reasons for that discrepancy against white people. That's the point that I've been trying to make with this entire thing.
I get where you're coming from. I mean, I can't believe I've never heard about the microevolution that slavery's had on black people, but I believe it. I mean,
generational
peppered moths and mosquitoes have microevolution. So I would believe that's crazy though, that black people have gone through so much microevolution because of slavery. But I mean, yeah, to your point though, I get where you're coming from, but do you think in today's era, in 2026, do you think, I know racism still exists, but do you believe that it's bad enough right now to be racist or what you say prejudiced towards every white person? That don't have power. I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying when you say oh, black people hate every white man in power. I get it.
I didn't say anything about hate. Racism isn't relying on hate.
Yeah, but most of the time it's a big factor.
It's
you
not.
hate that race,
It's
you're
tertiary.
gonna not like that.
It's tertiary at best. At best, it's tertiary.
It definitely has a little bit of a factor, don't you think? A little bit. If I was racist towards a group, it's because I literally hate that group of people because of their race. I mean, because of their skin color.
Again, I mean, race isn't skin color. It's based off of socially acceptable phenotypical characteristics. Black people can have, white skin. And so that's not what race is. But again, hate is tertiary. But to answer your question directly, I wouldn't blame not one person, one black person, if they have a negative disposition against all white people, period. I wouldn't.
Really?
I'm not. No, because when you talk about not only the entire history that I just ran down for you, when we look at the way that black people have been disenfranchised throughout society, you talk about things like who commits the most violent crime in the United States of America today?
Black people, right? I thought they have the highest crime rate right now, per capita.
What does per capita mean?
They have per 1,000.
per 100,000. Per 100,000.
Yeah.
Per capita is just a way to make people feel good about either not understanding proportions in math or to downplay what we're really talking about.
Well, I feel like per capita has a big impact, and like,
you think
because
so?
like if a population is way larger than one population, most likely they're going to commit more crimes than than the other races. You know what I mean? I feel like per capita has a.
So are you saying that if you have more people, then you should be able to do more crime?
I mean, most likely you'll have more crime. Like
No. TikTok, that's not the question. I'm saying, are you saying that if you have more people, you should be able to do more crime?
You're more likely to do the crime.
Not if you're more likely. I'm saying, is it excusable to do more crime if you have more people?
I'd say it's more excusable. Yeah.
So it's more. Yeah. So the more people you have, the more crime you can do.
Yeah, because it's probability. I mean, if you have 5 million people that are white and 100,000 that are black, and more black people per capita do more crimes than the white person, but obviously, if there's no per capita,
so just to make sure I understand that, just to make sure I understand this, like it's okay to, like, if you got more white people, you get away with more crime versus since there's fewer black people, they shouldn't be able to do as much crime.
Get away with more crime.
Like that's what I just said.
More likely they're gonna commit a crime.
I literally, that was the question though, right? That was the question. I was like, hey.
I know, but like if you look at probability, if you have 20 people, you're more likely gonna do more. The 20 people are more likely gonna do more crime than the 5 people.
Okay.
You know?
Okay. How about this? I got a question for you.
It's more likely, it's probability. So per capita helps you understand.
I got a question for you. I got a question for you.
Crime.
I got a question for you. If we are playing, or how about this? If we're eating a bowl of,
this person said unless it's 20 women and 5 men.
Stop. If we're eating a bowl of fruit, and out of 100 pieces of fruit in the bowl, there are 90 pieces of cantaloupe, and there's 10 pieces of pineapple. And out of the 90 pieces of cantaloupe, 20 pieces of cantaloupe are rotten. And out of the 10 pieces of pineapple, 2 of them are rotten. Well, per capita says the proportion of rotten fruit, the pineapple is more rotten than the cantaloupe.
Yeah.
But understanding that you have 2 pieces of rotten pineapple and you have 20 pieces of rotten cantaloupe, is it fair to say that the cantaloupe is the problem that's rotten? I'm sorry, is it fair to say that the pineapple is the problem, or is the cantaloupe the problem?
I mean, both would be the problem. Like, what I'm trying to, I feel like that's a bad analogy, honestly, in my opinion. Like, I feel like you could maybe do a better analogy.
The analogy, I'm trying to give you something to make you understand that, like, saying per capita is just a way to make you feel better about the total number versus like you want to focus on, well, this is the ratio versus looking at the total number. The point that I'm trying to get across is, if you take a look at the crime, I would be worried about the most amount of crime, not the group that, like, being a smaller group who represent crime. I'm going to worry about the big number of crime. That's the point.
Well, could I go back to the fruit one? Because I can answer now. I kind of thought about it. I would say the cantaloupe, because if you're in a farm and more cantaloupe are on proportion getting raw, and if you're only making 10, and out of that 10, 3 or 2 are becoming rotten, that's less money than the pineapple you're making. Because if 2 out of the 10 you're making are becoming rotten, that's more proportionally than the pineapple out of the 20 that are becoming rotten. You know what I mean? So I would more want to focus on, well, because then you only have 8. And then for the pineapple, you said 60 pineapple and 20 of them are rotten, or did you say 50?
It doesn't matter. I'm tired of being fruit ninjas at this point. The point that I'm trying to get across is that when you talk about per capita, it's literally just a lazy way to deflect away from like what the problem is. And so the original answer to the question that I had was white people, specifically white men. White men lead in every statistical category of violent crime within the United States of America, and that is reported on by the FBI, right? The FBI literally lists out that white men overwhelmingly lead in all violent crime. And that's not only violent crime towards, other white people or other women. It's people, period. Men, women, and they also lead in CSAM. So, like,
what's
crime
CSAM?
when you talk... You should go look it up.
I've never heard of CSAM.
Yeah, it's towards kids. They lead in CSAM as well.
Yeah, I know they lead in that, and even with per capita, they lead in that. So I agree with that.
The point that I'm making, right, is like when you talk about like why I don't knock any black people for having a negative disposition towards all white people is because even if you take a look at if you take the historical context out of it, when you take a look at the amount of harm that's being perpetuated, it's due to specifically white men. So while I'm not someone that's sitting there saying like, oh, I don't trust any white people or da 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 da, like I understand why black people today would feel that way. I'm not saying that I agree, but I understand why they feel that way. That's my point.
Do you think though, if there's 100,000 people that are black and 50,000 of them do a crime, or let's say 25,000.
Like literally, that's not how it works.
Let me explain what I'm trying to say.
That's not how it works. And even when you talk about like the 1350, because I'm sure that's what you were leaning on. 1350, it's outdated because that was the 2019 FBI crime data. 2, it only accounted for arrests, not exoneration. Black people lead in exonerations. 3, even the FBI has a warning label on the actual FBI data saying that if you don't understand how to interpret the data and if you don't account for exonerations, then the data is inaccurate. And also 4, it was only based off of, 4, it was based off of reporting from one specific reporting measure. Not every single law enforcement agency across the country had to report to this information. So there was a lot of data that was left out. And number 5, it was also double counting, meaning that if one person committed multiple crimes, instead of being counted as one person, they would be counted as one individual per each crime. So like, even when people talk about black people make up 13% of the population and make over 50% of the crime, 1350 is just a racist dog whistle that people lean on, like Charlie Kirk, who don't know things but love to spout something because they think that it makes black people look bad. It's all
I'd
just
say
wrong.
My thing is per capita is used for everything. Like, yes, I feel like every
there's an understanding of when it's needed and how it works.
Per capita is always used. I think per capita is a very useful tool. You know what I mean?
I do too, because it's just math.
And I agree. The child things with white people, even in per capita, they're higher. So I agree. Like, but I feel like there's definitely a reason why black people have a higher per capita, and it's because of like some stuff that's going on today. You know, like of what's happened.
What's
in the past,
exoneration rate for black people?
Isn't it like 30-40%?
Higher.
It's like 60.
Higher.
It's higher than that.
Yeah, it's 80 something. Someone said 86. I could have sworn it was a little bit lower than 86. Say it again.
I thought black people like in courts they get more time than white people, and like
they do.
Yeah.
They do. Do you know what exoneration is?
Yeah, like getting dismissed of the crime. Yeah.
Yeah, that doesn't mean that it happens in court.
Yeah.
Point being is,
couldn't that be though also like interrogations? Like if they're getting interrogated for the crime.
Yes,
Yeah.
Black people are underrepresented because of the wealth gap and have less access to
Yeah, I
resources. If
agree
you
with
don't have
that,
the
but
money to actually pay for a high-priced
the
lawyer,
wealth gap
then you're
is
more
crazy
likely to
for-
take an actual plea deal, even though you're innocent. You're more likely to be represented by a public defender who does not have access to all the resources or even really cares. Like, there's so much that actually go into it. Like, but the whole thing that I'm trying to say is like, there's so much to it. There's so much to it. And the point that I'm getting across is like relying on 1350 without understanding the overall understanding is like, it's.
Well, I wasn't even really talking about the 1350. I was more just talking about per capita, Black people do have more crime, but it's also because of the wealth gap. And I agree with that.
It's also because
there
of
needs to be something-
over-policing. It's also
and
because
less
of
education,
racism.
too.
Do you know what the Veil of Darkness study is?
No.
The Veil of Darkness study was a study that was completed with 95 million traffic violations across the United States, where they showed that during the day, Black people were disproportionately stopped for traffic violations than white people. But at night, it dropped down to pretty much equal due to the fact that the police officers that were stopping Black people were stopping them during the day due to racial biases but at night, where they couldn't identify the race of the people, they stopped people based off of traffic violations and not their race. So
No, I agree. I agree. People still are racist, and a lot of white people are racist. I remember I had to take my friend up like 2-hour drive because his car broke down, so he got towed, and then I had to go take him back up to get it to get the car back. And we went to the wrong tow truck place, and dude, this lady was racist towards us, bro. It was crazy. It's crazy. She was really racist towards us. And little did she know, like, I'm not like saying like, but my friend, like, he lives in Guinea, and his family's like, when I say rich, like, I feel like I'm pretty wealthy, like my family. When I say rich, like, I'm saying like his family's like making like $7-6 million a year, bro. And she acted like he was like a scumbag, and it kind of hurt my feelings, honestly. But yeah, I agree. People are racist, and cops are too. I mean, I had a time with a cop one time. I told him off.
Okay. TikTok, I appreciate you coming up. I'm gonna go ahead and drop you down.
Okay. Bye. Have a nice day.
FYI, looking at the Innocent Project, and this is also backed up by a study that was completed with deathpenalty.org alongside of the University of Michigan Law School, who did a study taking a look at exonerations and how Black people were overwhelmingly disproportionately impacted. I apologize, I said like 80 something. The actual overall exoneration rate is about 60%. But when you talk about drug offenses, it's at 85%. When you talk about homicide, it's over 50%. And when you talk about like sexual assaults, Black people are nearly 4 times more likely to be wrongly convicted for sexual assault than white people. They also are more likely to spend 3 to 4.5 years time longer in prison for the same crimes versus their white counterparts. So there's that. W's in the chat for Aaron for the $5 donation. And just to add in for this guest, Santana, Strom Thurmond voted against desegregation and was a senator until 2003 while still making policies in the United States. Well, Aaron, to see your one and raise you one, I actually met Strom Thurmond. I literally met Strom Thurmond in Washington, D.C. Strom Thurmond, who voted against segregation, who was in South Carolina for fucking forever. I literally met Strong Thurman. And he looked like the Crypt Keeper. So there's that. W's in the chat for Aaron. Thank you so much for the 5. W's in the chat for Darlene for the $2 donation saying, hey, Santana, quick question. Have you ever had a guest name Stallion come up on your live and call you the N-word? She's enjoys live claiming she never done it. Thank you so much. Stallion's black. Like, I don't think she's ever called me the N-word, but also Stallion's black. So, you know, like there's that. W's in the chat for Jacqueline, who sent a $10.45 donation saying, I listen to your lives often. I so appreciate all the labors, and I'm sorry I can't do more. Stop it, Jacqueline. Like that means the world to me that you're even willing to support in any type of way. I truly, truly mean that. You're fucking awesome. Thank you. Thank you for helping me learn. I'm able to acknowledge my privilege and sit with it in discomfort. There can be no growth without pain, and I continue to grow and spread knowledge. I think that's super important, and I think that's something that we all have to live with. Like, there will be discomfort in every way, shape, and form when we talk about like dealing with the issues that persist for us within society. W's in the chat for Hannah, who sent a $5 donation saying black labor is not free, and you giving this guest an entire lesson is crazy work. Your grace and kindness will always astound me. You truly are making a difference. Always remember that. Hannah, thank you for recognizing black people labor isn't free. I mean, that like, I know I say that often, but I mean, that actually means a lot to me when when people recognize that on their own without me having to say that. I think a lot of times, it can be taken for granted. And even when it comes to not only like the mental labor, but the exhaustive measures that black people have to go through just to try to get across the humanity to other people that aren't black. We got to jump through all these hoops just to like be able to share our lived experience. It's a lot, but thank you, Hannah, for not only the 5, but the love, encouragement, and the words to accompany. W's in the chat for Chip for the $10 super chat to say, I am Barcelino's Negro, and went through this same thing when I had Achilles surgery. My initial anesthesia was trash, and the doctor said, I wouldn't need much. WTF, like that's fucking crazy. I would have lost my fuck. Ain't no way. W's in the chat for all the donos. W's in the chat for Lainey for the 1,000 bits over on Twitch. Said Twitch is cuter than TikTok. Said Twitch is cuter than TikTok. Golly. W's in the chat. Oh, fuck, guys. W's in the chat for Aaron. Aaron sent a $25 donation saying, learned so much from you. Thank you. Thank you, Aaron. Like, that absolutely means the fucking world to me. I appreciate the hell out of you. W's in the chat for Aaron, guys. W's in the chat for all the donations. Just W's in the chat for being able to, like, allow me to do this. Because, again, genuinely, if it wasn't for you guys, I wouldn't be able to do this. Not only, like, the platform that you guys give me, the voice that you allow me to have. You guys show up and show out every day. You tap the screen, you send gifts, you comment, you show me that like it's worth being here, and you make it easy even when like shit gets tough. You guys make it so much easier to be here, and I just appreciate the hell out of you. Sincerely, I mean that. I absolutely mean that. W's in the chat for Ashley for the $20 donation saying always learning. Ashley, fucking thank you. Thank you. W's in the chat to you. W's in the chat for always learning. W's in the chat. We always need to be learning. I think that's something that's super important. And I think that once we get to a position where we think that we know everything, like that's the most dangerous position that we can put ourselves in. Like there's always a need to continue to grow, to continue to learn, to continue to be better. I know personally, like I have so far to go. Like I'm nowhere close to where I would want to be. And even more than that, I know for a fact that I can do so much more. So I'm excited about continuing to try to grow. And speaking of continuing to try to grow, FYI, we're going to have some amazing late nights with Santana for the next 2 weeks. We're coming back next week, and myself and Solid will be co-hosting with me next week. I'm not going to tell you exactly what the topic is just yet, but it's going to be fucking awesome. And then the week after, I'm going to have Ari. Same deal. I'm not going to tell you what the topic is, but it's going to be absolutely fucking amazing. Absolutely fucking amazing. With that being said, we are going to go ahead and get out of here. I think I might be back on later, right? I think so. I think I'll be back on later. But I'll keep you guys updated and I'll let you know how we go from there. But we're going to call it for today. We've been on for 4 hours, which is fucking crazy. I feel like I'm kind of getting my groove back. So I'm happy that we're doing that. High Rise said, L Santana, stop it. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. Let's get out of here, guys. And I'll be back on later. I think so. DG said, come back. Yes, come back. I might. Y'all don't like me anyway. Y'all don't want me to come back anyway. So stop it. Y'all, you ain't gotta lie, Craig. You ain't gotta lie. Anyway, I'm gonna get out of here, and I'm pretty sure. I'm like pretty sure I'll be back later. I think I will. I'm pretty sure of it. Anyway, guys. Exalt.
You stepped in a box, now you're in the ring. Ain't no hugs here, you better take your best swing. Mike Hot, who wanna step in the flame? This ain't a debate, this a mind game. Facts type lies, get left in chain. One wrong word, you slapped out your name. This ain't TikTok T, this a war zone talk. No script, no filter, no safe walk. Great stats to get scrambled like a glitch. I got fire in my mouth like I came from the pit. Yeah.
Hey, W's in the chat for the chat. W's in the chat for the chat. Guys.
No plan, no script.
Why Lenny got beef with me? Hold on, what happened? What did I do, Lenny? I like you more if you share your topic. Nope. All right, guys, I'm gonna get out of here. I fucking love you guys. I do. Guys, I love you. I do. Thank you for hanging out with me today. Trying to start shit. Yeah, that's all y'all do. Y'all be trying to start shit. Anyway, I love you guys. I love you. Thank you for all the gifts, the taps, the likes, the shares. Thank you all for hanging out. Thank you all for being absolutely amazing. I love you all, and as always, peace.